Ski badoo bow, badoo badoo bow, badoo badoo bow, bada badoo bidoo boop, beep badoo bow, bida badoo bow, badoo badoo bow, bidoo badoo bida boop. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens, welcome to today's stream. We've got gotcha today, and we're starting off with Wuthering Waves. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Take a little time for people to start trickling in. Yo, X! Right off the bat, we got X. How's it going? I'm yawning. Fine, you suppose? Jeez, that's not passive aggressive. Fine, I suppose.
Plan proof.
Oh, the weapon's on the arm of your thingy. No, that's fine, X. That's fine. Betting how much pity you have to hit this time. For Shorekeeper? Oh, you're pulling for Cantarella. Yo.
Mind's eye. Guests of the unkind.
You think she feels fun to play?
Let the flames rise!
You don't want Shorekeeper? Shorekeeper? Can't take that long, can it, X? If you want Shorekeeper, why are you pulling for Cantarella? Don't you want to keep the pulls for Shorekeeper then?
Climax of the show!
Together we vanish. Beckon the divine flame.
Oh, okay, I see. You need Donjin copies.
Epic
The
shot!
blade yearns.
In the limelight!
Together we vanish. Clear as the blaze.
For Red Sprint? What? $80 pity on the weapon. 2 pulls away from 80 pity on the weapon banner for Red Spring. Wait, whose weapon is Red Spring? Is that Camilla's? Aha. Do you really need Cantarella if you have Camellia?
Plan with convention.
Boom. Yeah, I remember now. I remember. Insufficient materials already? That's a nice looking glove, though. I don't know why they gave some of them attack and not crit rate or crit damage. Who is Dungeon again?
Plan with convention.
Perfect. Well,
Dungeon.
sometimes I get a little carried away in battles. I didn't startle you, did I?
Havoc. When Danjin's hit points is less than 1%, this no longer consumes hit points. How are you managing her hit points? Does she have a hit point regen? You're one hit all the time, basically. Sweet. She has a heal. Okay. Oh, whoops. I wanted to go up. That sounds kind of pervy, X.
Guests of the unkind, be reduced to cinders.
What's up, goat? Goat chasing. Wait, why is she... Oh, because of her forte. Alright. So now we go here. Claim all of these. And these. And look at this. Nothing. 32. God. My head keeps itching above my ears. Gotta blow my nose. Oh, yo, when did I hit Union level 79? I'm almost max. Wait, I thought I switched this to the gun. Requirement 4. There we go. Coffee. Wait, how does her heal deal damage?
Loading. Astral modulation. Art unveiled. Info.
Oh,
My compliment. Quickly take this. Victory favors me. Stubbornness. Is that it? In the name of the Montellis. Still, is that it?
she accumulates forte by consuming hit points. Hold to basic to deal damage and restore hit points. Oh, so it does the same thing at the same time. Does multiple things at the same time. Gotcha. Arrow and Spectro. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. To recover from being immobilized, enemies deal damage equal to 300% of their attack. Enemy attack is Spectro again. Just activate them all? Why? What team are they recommending here? Okay, but we're doing my team. It's fun to me.
Loading. Iron graft you knew. Witness the art's true form. Infra. Huh? Strike is one. Instant strike. Oh, stars. Heed my calling. I should lead the way. Blessed end. Instant painting. Infra.
Tiger's Maw. Ratio Chafe. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's an interesting team composition. Let's go. Wait, no. I want my. Yo, JJ. Hello, what, JJ.
Stay calm. Loading. Iron graft you knew.
How are you doing today, JJ?
In the limelight. Brad salutes you. Oh, ouch.
Together we vanish. Be reduced to cinders. Perish in flames. Triumph through sacrifice.
Whoa, yo!
No need to dwell.
Leave it to me. Durability lowered.
Come on!
Astral modulation.
thinking about something. Havoc. What you been thinking about? Ba-doop, 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 ba-ba-doop, ba-doop, bow. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-ba-doop, ba-doop, boo.
Loading. Iron graft you knew. Mamma mia! The world is our stage. Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers. Sprout. Vitality sower. Okay. Loading. In war with time. Aerial step. Mamma mia! Event.
Mamma mia, Aventi. Oh. Arrow. Let's use Gion. When was the last time we used Gion? And then... I gotta blow my nose again. Ba-da-da.
At your disposal. In war with time. Oh, stars, heed my calling. Onward. Have I harmony?
Wind Rider.
Oh no, get back in the
Vanell.
Don't you worry. I can take it.
Loading. Perish. Strike as one. Strike fast.
Thinking about ascending World Equilibrium level 3, and for Wuwa, ascending your Soul 3 phase to rank 5. Yeah, why not? Progress, get forward, move forward, I mean. Oh, okay. Huh? Do you not feel like you're ready, JJ? You should be good, JJ.
Loading. Astral modulation. Art unveiled. Strike as one. Fluorescent shadows. Oh, stars. Heed my calling. Blessed end.
You don't think you're ready? Well, you gotta take the dive into the deep end sometime. Too much stress. Tell you what, if I don't pull the weapon, then you have to ascend yourself. If I do, then you don't have to. Uh-oh, one more pull. Here we go. Oh, I got a 4-star. That's a gray area. do some more of this. Some more of this.
Witness the art's true form. My compliments. The world is mine. Masterpiece complete. Improvise. Still recognize me? Insta-painting. Infra. I'm so tired. Capture the spark. Leave it to me. Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution. Insta-painting. Infra. My compliments. Victory favors me. A new era awaits.
There we go. Um, 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 um. Exodus. Oh, and Crownless. We're not going to be able to beat these. Well, maybe. I mean, you can't just say that and not try. You haven't collected the 7 Forging Tide and 7 Lustrous Tide from the store yet. Oh, hey, JJ. 19 Forging Tide and collected your 7 Forging Tide from the store. But do you have Cantarella? I don't know if you'd want to pull her weapon without pulling her.
Stay calm, loading. Astral modulation. Capture the spark! Infra! Infra! It hurts. I'm so tired. Strike is one. Heaven ordained. Banish all vice. Bask in starlight.
Cantarella, not Camilla. Oh no, come on! That's bull malarkey.
Loaded in war with time. Witness the art's true form. Infra. Infra. I'm so tired. Together we fight.
No! Why does it keep getting me with that?
Physical damage detected. Perish. Loading. Iron graft you knew. Strike is one. Sacred light. Insta-peasy. Artem Veil. Infra. Vow from the soul.
Oh, come on.
Loading. In war with time.
Wrong button. Wrong button.
Infra. I'm so tired. I'm fine. Together we fight. So be it. So be it. Heaven ordained. Banish all vice. Let it end.
There we go.
Leave it to me. Loading. Iron graft you knew. Insta-peasy. Strike is one. The sky beckons. So be it. Worry not. Worry evil be cleansed. Insta-peasy capture the spark. Together we fight. Oh, stars, heed my calling. Sacred light. Leave it to me. Astral modulation. Loading. So be it. Evil be cleansed.
Dead. Only two? No! Insufficient, 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 insufficient. We don't have a healer. Don't have a lot of Madoka, etc. Wait, I have a healer. I have Brant. What am I talking about? Dragon of Dirge. Oh, he's Havoc though, and that's all that I have left. Bleach skin. Like the manga Bleach?
Climax of the show!
Mamma mia, davanti. Improv performance. Don't run. Keep the dance going.
Oh, beach. Okay.
It's getting fun.
Let the flames rise!
Interesting. Elsa. Mamma mia, avanti. Time for some crowd work. Bloom from ashen shell. It's getting fun.
Yeah, we can't do this with a Havoc team.
Keep dancing.
In the limelight!
Oh, Camille's dead. Yeah, we're definitely screwed.
Aerial stunt. Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
Climax of the show!
No, JJ. I mean X. No X.
No worries. Let the tempest strike
Oh, yo.
harder.
Okay,
Beyond
that hurts.
Aerial stunt. Tornado nuclear. Mamma mia. Avanti. Figure out. Improv performance. Up we go, Caro. Mamma mia. Avanti.
epic shot. Let the flames rise!
Huh.
This is getting fun.
Aerial stunt. Mamma mia.
Am I actually gonna deal damage with just Rochia and Bryant?
The world is our stage.
At the helm. In the limelight. Out, fools.
Nope. I'm surprised we got him down to halfway with just Rochia and Bryant.
Mamma mia, avanti, figure out. Unexpected plot.
Especially since it's a Havoc character. Havoc enemy.
Mamma mia, avanti. Turn of events. Time for a comeback. Curtains drawn.
Ba ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo boo. Ba doo ba doo boo 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 ba doo ba doo ba ba doo ba doo boo boo. Ba ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo boo ba doo. What is yo? Where's my pity here? Oh. Go for it, X! I don't think I have much pity, do I? $40 pity? 11 days left? Not that my pities really mattered in the past. I think it's time to move on. I think most people get more copies of 4 stars than 5-star characters, JJ. Unless you're me. Is Donjin more building? Huh? X enjoys playing Donjin. Very risky. Wait, what? What'd I miss? What the hell? What the hell did I miss? Oh, come on. We're gonna run out of Flothgen. Low HP. She gets low. She likes to get low. If you know what I mean. Yeah, mine's at 3, I think. JJ. They love handing out Calcharo.
Fulfill our pact.
Well, well.
Overruled.
Here comes another. This is new. Mind if I do? Let's do this then. Yes, you are.
Transfixed.
Oh, come on. That's a bunch of...
A bitter pill to swallow.
The statue was sealed. All right, get to
Let's
work.
do this then.
Overruled.
Yes, you are.
Everybody loves Calcharo. Oh, we got mail. Horny girl. Wait, I'm gonna check something here. Damn.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing. Show no mercy.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Here comes
Transfixed.
another.
Let's
Finish this.
All right, let's finish this back.
Here comes another.
All right, you overruled. Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Oh, we still got one more. Boom, 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 ba-doom, boom, 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 ba-doom, boom, boom. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for completing today's
You got another Polex? Managed to get one? Let's go.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Nothing again? Jeez. Wait, I've already seen this. You explain what you saw to Paimon. What is that? Oh, look at it go. There she is!
Hello there. Huh? Wait, you're the Traveler in Paimon! I've been waiting for you.
Whoa, you know us? Huh, we've really made a name for ourselves. Wait, but did we even tell anyone we were coming to the Collective of Plenty?
Oh, you didn't know? Coach Yan-san said she invited you to our tribe, so I came out here to wait for you while I did some training. And now you're actually here. I can't believe it. This is great.
Surely we're not that big of a deal.
You're the heroes who defeated the Abyss. You're a huge deal to everyone in Natlan. I've heard the story of Tumaini so many times I can practically recite it by heart. I've been so excited to meet you ever since Coach Yan-san told me you might be
Oh,
coming.
wow. Okay, it's break time.
My name's Vanessa, by the way.
I will
Not
be
sure if
right
Coach
back as
mentioned
soon
me
as
before.
possible. You guys know the spiel. Hope you stick around, and I'll be back ASAP. Alright, and we're back now, we're
During the
back.
investigation, we asked Yansan if the Collective of Plenty needed any help, but she said that Veressa had it all under control.
Not really. It was all Uncle Coddle. All I did was clear out a few monsters.
Thanks, X.
Just thinking about the invasion gives me chills even now. But that's in the past. The Collective of Plenty fared pretty well, all things considered. We finished our repairs. Come on.
Great, let's go!
Dear ardent land of plenty.
Oh, just a heads up. The volcano sometimes sends
Whoa.
rocks crashing into this area. We call them pulverite. Oh, here's one. Want to give it a try?
Not in a million years!
You can use your
Oh,
shoulders
whoops.
if you want. Or your feet. Or even your head. See? There's nothing to it.
Whoa! There's treasure inside these rocks! Okay, so maybe a little pain isn't too bad?
Hey, there's another one over there. Want to give it a try?
No. Or have I already? I think I have already this one.
Huh? What's this wooden plank doing here?
Oh, it's a piece of training equipment. I use it all the time.
Training equipment?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain. Let me show you instead. Here goes nothing. And she sticks the landing!
Whoa! You jumped over that huge gap just like that? Incredible!
Incredible.
Oh, no. Anyone can do it with a bit of practice. You made it across without any training at all. That's a lot more incredible than anything I can do.
Oh, well, Paimon can fly, but you've got a point.
Oh, ho, 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 Paimon. Where are we going? Ultimately here. Did I just go... I went right by this waypoint. What? What? Wrong button. Got Wuwa controls. Let's... No. Skip ahead to... here? Horns! Just like Verena. Or Veressa. Verniner.
Get to work!
What's that little pink thing to the right that I never noticed before? Now it's blue. There's that waypoint. Where do you keep getting all this asteroid from? X? Come on, you got it this time. You got it this time. Incoming Calcharo! Aw. You jinx me, why can't I jinx you? Now, is this where... Wait. Where's the cowgirl? No. Wait. Where's the cowgirl? There she is. Okay, down here. Thinking really hard, JJ? What? Oh, nice, JJ.
Finally!
That was it? Best girls team. I don't know about that. Ching-Li has pink hair. Doesn't she? Half white and half pink. Oh, never noticed. Oh, hold up. I'm gonna go grab something. Did I take my meds? Okay. Yeah, I did. Ah, more. Geothermal vent. Huh.
I'm tired already. I'm tired already.
Yeah, I don't need your stupid puzzle. I've got Chang Li. Well, go for it, JJ. Remember, I didn't pull a 5-star. Huh? waypoint up here. There aren't many of these flowers. Another pull? Go! Where do you keep pulling these pulls out of your ass? Oh yeah, that's right, I have... Do it, JJ! You got her! Well, congratulations, X! I almost said JJ again. Why do I keep doing that?
Yeah.
Congratulations to your cooperation, apparently. Oh, there's some more down here? Oh, there's some of these things too. What are these doing all the way down here? Just a single one, chilling out. What else rhymes with cooperation? Extrapolation? Anything that ends with shun? Extrapolation. Fireflies! Did I just get one of them? Oh, I just ran by some? Oh no, they're up here. Hey. Lamborghini, Titini, Magini. What is Magini? What is this thing? Matador Money 2. You're the one who said it, JJ. Oh, way up there? How the hell are you supposed to get that?
Take me up.
Nope.
I'm tired already.
No. I should be able to reach that if I can balance on this thing. No!
Fulfill our pact.
Can't see. Got it. Oh, I missed one up there. How am I supposed to get down to this island? I don't see a waypoint either. I guess we can run there with Farina. Or is that a boat? That's a boat, isn't it? Secret source dragon cannon? Might have once been part of a dragon statue mechanism, but now only the section that could be considered the dragon's head remains. It fires projectiles through the cannon's muzzle at those who trigger it, so that if you charge at the muzzle with immense power, you can strike a powerful blow.
I knew you'd miss me.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
Take us over to that island, dragon. Is it just going around in circles here?
Rise like smoke.
Let's go! Would you ascend? hell was that? Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, I did, didn't I? Let's go. What if you didn't have Farina? How the hell would you get here? Old school style? Freezing the water all the way?
Shower me with praise.
Well, there is a waypoint down here. Good.
Strike a pose.
Get to work. Take me up.
Where am I missing some? Oh, there's one. Huh. Sneaky, sneaky. Ah!
Take me. Earth below.
I was kind of like, whoa, take me.
Show no mercy.
Whoa, what is going on here? Oh, those explodey.
I'm
Hey, that went through my shield?
sorry.
Whoa, 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 I'm stuck. Vagrant Secret Source Dragon Idol. Oh, she died again. Oh no, we're almost dead again.
Laid bare.
How am I supposed to do this? Do I run into this? see. No. I'm stuck. Again. Yeah. I need Natline characters in here. How do I cancel this? Or I can just go like this, right? Ba-ba-ba-da. Oh, do I have to go through the maze again, though? I sure do. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna have to really figure out how we want to do this.
May I present?
Your level is now 58. Let's go, JJ.
I see the value in my own.
Ah.
Let's move on. Let us move on. Get our Limbusi on.
곧 라만처랜드의 개장 시간이다. 오늘은 몇 명의 가족들이 내게 찾아올 거야.
What is this?
나는 몇 번의 괜찮다는 말을 반복하게 돼.
S1 Battle Pass Ego ticket.
나만 저랬는데.
Let us damn. So I stopped using the meds that I was using to quit smoking a few days ago, and it's really starting to affect me. I thought after more than 2 months I'd be fine, but damn. It's like it took everything that the medicine was helping me with over the course of the last 2 months and just like condensed it all into one to slap me upside the head at the end of it. I did smoke, yeah, JJ. But I quit. Quit a while ago. New Year's resolution. Vaping's better than smoking. Sharon's humming a song while driving. I found myself singing along in my head to that strangely familiar tune.
아름다운 연주는 세상의 망가진 것들에게서부터 나옵니다. 하나, 온전히 음유를 느낄 수 있는 것은 정작 그들의 몫이 아니니 이 얼마나 억울합니까? 카론, 오늘은 기분이 좋아 보이는구나.
응. 기분 좋으면 노래를 부르는 거야.
Joy brings out singing.
그래. 하지만 너는 오히려 울적할 때 그 노래를
You would often hum that song when you felt down.
카론, 그런
There's
기억
no
없어.
such memories.
카론은 즐거울 때만 노래해.
Virgilus's eyes seemed to well with a subdued shade of dark. The kind of hue that would be picked right away if one wanted to express solitude as a color. It only lasted for a brief moment. So I decided to dismiss it as the vivid sunset playing tricks with the light.
이제 카론이 흥얼거리는
The world
세상은
Charon hums now is one that lacks sound and color.
길고 긴
She's
터널
going through a
속을
long tunnel with no exit
헤어나오지
in sight.
못하고 있으니
I'm sure that, just like the history of my own life that I've forgotten, Charon and Virgilus must have their own threads of cruel reminders.
이런
Ah, pardon
너무
me.
개인적인
I believe
이야기는
that's enough of
그만하기로
personal
하죠.
stories,
딴테,
Dante.
당신의 업무는
Your work is to
나와
manage your crew,
친분을
not
쌓는
befriend
것이
this old
아니라
guide.
저들을 관리하는 것이니까.
She's already doing decent, X? Were you pre-farming for her? How is that possible? When I looked at his face again, that momentary hint of sadness had fleeted, replaced with a faint smile. Did you have a bunch of Sonnen's caskets saved up? Gave him a few nods, then turned around to check on the sinners. Our bus passengers seem to have lifted spirits for a while now. Rays! Welcome, Rays! Wow! You jumped right in when I switched to Limbus, didn't you? Since they did what they were assembled for and secured a golden bow for the first time. Crit ascension stuff, I would sit at 54 crit rate and 190 crit damage, which is okay for now. That is okay for now, X. All the sinners were busy talking about their exploits in J-Corps district.
내가 그때 딱 카드 내는 걸 봤어야 했는데 진짜 명장면이었다니까.
저 이야기만 7번째 들으니까 슬슬 지겨워져서
Where are we going this time? Let me change the subject.
이번 목적지는
This time we're headed to K-Corps
동지다.
Nest.
아, 11구.
District 11, eh?
평생 가보지도
Job's taking
못했을
me
것
to all sorts of
같더라고요.
places I never thought to have visit. What echo set are you using on her, X? The Lorelei set?
그곳에도 손에 꼽히는 대단한
She's
분이
home to another
계시다네.
great individual.
근처에
And you are
기념품
certain to
가게도
find a
있을 것이야.
souvenir shop there. I've always yearned for a limited edition figurine set.
오, 거기 햄버거 맛있다고 유명한
Ooh,
프랜차이즈 식당
didn't
있지
it also have a
않았어?
restaurant chain famous for its hamburger state? hamburger?
요즘에는 세상 살기가
Life has gotten
편해진 모양.
much easier these days, hasn't it?
내가
Back in
임무를
my
위해
marching
행군하면
days, all I had was a
입에
pinch of
소금만
salt in
물고
my
가는 것이
mouth.
전부였다.
그러게 말이에요.
I know,
제가
right? The only
항해할
food I
때
could swallow during my
목구멍을
voyage
넘길
was
수
canned
있는
soup that tasted like
철맛이
iron.
나는 통조림 수프가 전부였는데.
침 고인다.
Can't wait to try the steak, right, Ryochu?
뭐
Well,
지역마다 다른
imagining the
피해색을
variances in
생각하니
blood color by
침이
region does
고이긴
make me
하군.
salivate. That's a good idea, JJ.
진짜 무슨
Can't
얘기를
discuss anything with
못하겠어.
you. Hey, kiddo, what do you want to
어머니?
eat? Looking for someone to share tales with and have a sensible conversation, Rhodia naturally turned to Sinclair. However,
싱클레어?
Sinclair?
어머, 얘 왜 이래?
하얗게 질렸군.
He's turned pale.
오한도
He's also
관측된다.
suffering from hyperventilation and tremors. How long has he been like this?
베르길리우스님이
Since Mr.
케이스라는
Vigilant
언급을
mentioned
했을
K-Corps.
때부터입니다.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
명령이 없었기 때문입니다.
Because you did not order me to do so. Assault stared at me like I was at fault for not doing the obvious.
속이
got an
갑자기
upset
안
stomach.
좋아져서요.
Sorry.
진짜 괜찮은 거 맞아?
Really sure you're okay? Now that I think about it. Faust, I'm noticing a trend where one of us has visceral reactions to the destinations that Virgilus reveals. Additionally, when we arrive, it turns out that the place does have a history with the person in question. Does that have something to do with the reason we joined the company?
우리라고 칭하시는군요.
Just referred to the team as we. Oh,
미묘한 변화의 차이를
it's a
감지하는
part of my
것도
mission to detect the
저희
slightest of
주인이라서요.
changes.
그리고
As for your question, well, I
입사
can't
이유에
tell you the
대해서는
reasons for recruiting
상세히
the
알려드릴
sinners
수
in
없지만
detail.
저희가 가야 할
There'd be no
행선지와
point in denying that our
수감자 각각의
destinations and the backgrounds of
어느
each
정도
sinner are
관련이
indeed
있다는
related
사실을
to a
부정할
degree.
필요가 없.
기다 아니다부터 말하면 될걸.
Do all Limbus
쓸데없이
snobs have
혓바닥을
some
길게
condition that
내리는
makes them
건
yap on and on
배우는
about
특기인가?
things that can be answered with a plain yes or no?
두갈적 발화가 언제나 옳지는 않아. 파우스트는
Hysteron
그때
Proteron
가장
isn't always
효과적인
correct.
방식을
Faust simply
선택할
adopts the
뿐이랍니다.
most effective mode of communication for the given situation.
뭐?
Hystero what?
배운 사람이라서가 아니라
Means that you're struggling to understand
당신이 너무
Faust
못 배운
because you're
사람이라.
too uneducated. Not
파우스트의
that
말이
Faust is
헷갈린다고 한 거야.
overeducated. Why you? Just as Heathcliff approached Faust with his bat shaking in fury, Sinclair suddenly started throwing up on the floor. Bus finally quieted down after that. Dope. Inspection. Battle. How's your weekend going, Rays? Shortly after the situation with Sinclair was dealt with.
그나저나 아까는 11
By the way, you meant the back streets of District 11 when you said K-Corps Nest, yeah?
딴지 걸기엔 다들 들떠 보이는
I'm just pointing it out earlier since everyone got a bit excited there.
난 어지간해서는 잘못
I
말하는
rarely
법이
misspeak, if
없다.
ever.
맞게 들었어, 그레고르.
Just doing a middle run for fun?
케이사
What's a middle
동지로
run?
간다.
아니 근데
Alright,
동지로
but if we're entering a nest.
그래.
D,
심사가
there's the
필요하지.
immigration process.
난 K사 비자 없는데. 나 빼고
I
다
don't have a
있는 거
K-Corp
아니지?
visa. You ain't about to tell me everyone else got one, right?
뭐냐? 왜날 보냐?
What? Why are you looking at me?
방법은 간단하다.
Solution is simple.
닭,
CI.
그리고 뚫릴
And
때까지
keep on
죽살을
DER till we
반복하는데.
breach the defense.
즉,
In short,
닭,
Cider.
죽살.
Whatever that eccentric abbreviation means for Ryoshu, the sinners have learned to stop questioning it.
림버스 컴퍼니 정도의
A
회사라면
company as big as ours
그만
might get a
통과될지도
free
모를
pass.
텐데요. 그리고
Not to
류슈
mention,
씨가 말한
breaking through
방식으로는
using the method
엄청난
dear
시간이
Ryoshu
소모될 거예요.
suggested will take ages. How
날개가
badly
걸려는
must you
경제를
underestimate
대체
a
뭐라고
nest
생각하는
actively
거예요?
governed by a wing to say that? Oh, I see. No one's going to take into account how much I'll suffer for that cider, huh? Sadly, none of our sinners bothered to respond to me in any capacity.
이스마일이 말한 대로
As Ishmael said, we'll
비자를
pass the
면제받아
immigration without
통과한다.
needing a visa.
림버스 컴퍼니의
Limbus
뒤에
Company has backing
꽤
from the
다양한
shareholders of a
분야의
wide array
주주들이
of fields.
계시거든.
Using only the three middle identifications. Three middle identifications? What do you mean by middle identifications? So three sinners only. That's their faction name. Oh! Oh, okay.
아, 혹시 H사의
You
주주님도
know the
아시나요?
shareholder of H-Corp then.
제 동생이 어렸을
They
때
once
붉은색
personally
여권이
visited our
아니면 안
home because
된다고
my younger
고집을 부려서
sibling insisted upon
직접
having a
저희
red
집에 방문해
passport as
주신
a
적이
kid.
있으시죠?
글쎄, 나
Could say,
같은
I'm merely a
일기
humble guy who
길잡이는
wouldn't be in the position to
그런
know such
것까지
a thing.
하는 위치 그렇게
Otherwise, the
대답할
question doesn't
가치가
seem
있어
like one that's
보이는
really worth
질문도
answering.
아니고.
아, 너무하네요.
Oh, hush.
그보다 중요한 건
That leads the route to the checkpoint is
검문소까지
our
가는
concern.
길 검문소의 심사가
Thorough
까다롭다는
inspection
건
means that there are plenty of people looking for an easy way in, including those who take the pass by force.
버스 근처에 불청객의 소리가
I
많다.
hear several interlopers surrounding the bus. Well, have bus. We'll battle.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신.
Yeah.
이런 푹신한 날이 안 풀리는 일이야.
Luscious side of the bed.
그래, 딱 한쯤 죽여버려. 식상으로 사랑이 맞다. 그게 제격이신다. 지금이라도 말 들어.
Why don't we just run over these guys if we're in the bus? Head
슬슬
hooligan.
지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게
말했지?
좋겠어.
복수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
Number nuts hooligan. Famished hooligan. Sharp hooligan.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
Number nuts.
기분 좋은 카롯. 기분 좋게.
Cockahoo Charon's Cockahoo parking.
자, 내리지.
Right off the bus.
심사받을
Time to get
시간이다.
inspected.
아,
And let me just
혹시나
add this in
말하는
case you're
건데,
feeling inclined to use
너희가
your usual
평소에 하던
antics.
대로 그러니까
Don't go around making a scene expecting things to go your way,
이곳
because that will not be how it works in this particular place. Thought his words were pretty intimidating, but despite the worries,
K사로 방문하신 모든
we welcome all
분께
visitors to
환영 인사를
K-Corp
드립니다.
Nest open-heartedly.
한 줄로 순서에 맞게 입장하신 다음 안내문에 따라 적합한 위치에 서주십시오.
Please form an orderly line as you enter, and stand where the instructions indicate. Menacing and interrogative atmosphere could subdue the temper of any first-time visitors, and the sinners were no exception. Could occasionally hear Sinclair sniffling, followed by Rhodia and Gregor calling in. Many of my questions, why, were met with heads shaken sideways.
그래, 평소에도 이렇게나 질서를 지키면 얼마나 좋아.
Look here, how nice it is to see you all stay in line and behave. Like a brood of chicks on an outing. Gotta clean my glasses here quick. Oh. Wait, why are you out here? What made you follow us outside the bus this time? Noticing my flustered reaction at the unexpected company, Virgilus opened his mouth. Because this is a nest, Dante. If one of you were to get into unexpected trouble here, well, Dante, the responsibility will be a bit too heavy for you to bear alone. Virgilus put it like that. Sounded as if you were saying you're not reliable enough to be sent without supervision. But I knew it would be wise to keep this to myself.
아직 모자라. 여러분들, 왜 그렇게 뒷걸음질을 하시는 건가요?
Code purple.
금방금방 빠지네요.
The line's
10분
moving quickly. It'll be our
정도만
turn in
기다리면 저희
about
차례가
10 minutes at most.
통과 질문은 저희 13명이 다
So all
해야
13
하나요?
of
단테
Will
씨는
all
말을 못
13
알아들을
of us
텐데
need to answer
어떻게 해야 하죠?
immigration questions? They won't be able to understand Manager Dante, so what should we do? Ishmael seemed to have a habit of speaking quickly and being more inquisitive when she got anxious.
안 그래도 그 이야기를
Just about to get to that. Listen up, the K-Corps official will only ask very simple questions to the passengers in this line.
그리고 너희들
Your answer will be similarly concise. When the border official asks about the nature of your visit,
Limbus Company
say I'm here for business on the behalf of Limbus Company. Please refer to my work visa.
라고 대답을 하면 된다.
Remember this exact phrase so that you can recite it word for word.
그 밖에는 내가
I'll take care of the rest, so you just have to prove that you aren't here to cause trouble.
혹시나 저 말을 외우지
If
못하겠다면
even memorizing that is too much of a burden for you, I suggest that you keep your mouth shut.
그저 갖고
You can
계시는
present your
사원증은
employee
내
card
얘기만
instead.
해도
Keep quiet and don't cause trouble. Easiest task in the world. I sneakily mumbled a sarcastic remark. I was worried that Faust might rat me out, but thankfully, Virgilus was idly staring off into space, sparing me from his scathing commentary.
자, 그럼
Now, next up.
질문이 있는
If you have a
사람.
question, make sure to first
내가
ask
정말
yourself if
가치
it's
있는
actually
질문을
meaningful.
생각 조용히 손을
Then
들고
quietly raise your hand. Several hands were lifted, including mine.
오지온.
Rodin.
업무 목적이니까 무기는
Since this trip
들고
is for
들어가도
business,
되지?
we can carry our weapons, yeah?
그렇다.
Correct.
다음.
Next.
그럼 그에게
And Greg's
기회를
creepy crowley arm and
제기할
Dante's
때
Chi-Chi
근사한
clockhead
시그널도
are getting a pass
상관없겠네?
too?
맞아요. 참고로
That should be the
관리자님의
case.
머리는
For your
무기가
reference,
아니라
our
위치로
manager's head
불리기
counts as
때문에
a prosthetic
관광비자료로
rather than a
허용을 해요.
weapon, which
비록
means it'd be
불사의 능력을
approved even
지니고
if what we
있더라도
had were a tourist visa, powers to revive notwithstanding. Ishmael took the role of the model student and answered in Virgilius instead. Feels like something changed about Ishmael's attitude since the casino job. She seems to have decided to take matters into her own hands after I betrayed her expectations of my capabilities as a leader.
정확해.
Precisely. Gregor and I put our hands down at the same time.
그리고 리오슈.
And Hiroshi, put out your cigarette before you speak.
난 손 안 들었다만.
Yo, Roma! I didn't raise my hand. Virgilus was doing his best to ignore Don Quixote's arm stretched skyward. But he finally caved and gave the woman with an adamantly raised hand the chance to speak.
그래.
Fine, Don Quixote. What
뭐지?
is it?
저 유리벽은 어떤
What
용도로
purpose
있는
doth this
것이오?
barrier of glass serve? Yo! Following Don Quixote's finger, our attention was drawn to the glass wall stood in the middle of the building. On the other side of that clear dividing wall were countless people waiting in line.
저쪽은 기다린다기보다는
That line's slowed to a crawl. People are sat on the floor waiting for it to move.
줄을 선지 꽤 시간이 지난
Looks like they've
모양이야.
been there for quite some time.
무장 경호원도 많군.
There are many armed guards as well, 3 times as many compared to this side.
대부분 건물에 세워져 있는 유리벽은
Most of the glass walls you find inside buildings are there for safety reasons.
뭐 쉽게
Well, simply
말하자면
put, that
뒷골목
lies for
사람들
backstreet
전용
folk. Each nest handles
종지마다
immigration
감시된
differently,
테라스만
but wherever it may
어쨌든
be, it's
제대로
super
된
duper
비자가
hard to
없이
get into
다른
another
종족을
nest
가는
without a
건
proper visa.
진짜일까? 왜 건문소 근처에서
Why do you think
목숨까지
those
걸고
bullies
우리를
jumped us on the way to the
습격하려고
checkpoint? They wanted our visas so they could enter the nest.
그리고 우리가 해결해 줄 수 없는 문제이기도 하지.
Problem we are not in our power to resolve. However, that answer didn't satisfy Don Quixote. Whether it was the fault of the gloomy yet oppressive atmosphere of the area beyond the wall, or the disturbances happening in there, I couldn't say.
저희 차례입니다.
Manager, it's our turn now. Oh, right. Our line moved at such a quick pace we barely had time to chat before it was our turn to answer the officials' questions.
기억하세요. 그쪽에서
Remember when
어떤
you're asked about the
목적으로
purpose of
왔냐고
your
하니 한
visit?
번만 더 말하면
Remind me one more time and I'll show sangria to you and the official or whatever. Despite Ishmael's worries, our inspection was smooth sailing.
소속 그룹 이유를 말씀해 주세요.
You state your affiliation and purpose of visit.
업무처
Come
림버스
from Limbus
컴퍼니에서
Company on
왔습니다.
business. Here's my employee card.
확인했습니다. 다음
림버스 컴퍼니에서 왔죠. 비즈니스 때문에.
확인했습니다.
After our first center proved who we worked for, it was a breeze for the rest of us. The official asked the same question in the same dry tone. What the? How do I keep getting these smudges on my glasses? Took a cursory glance at our faces and employee cards, though based on their speed it seemed more like a customary gesture rather than an actual look over, and then let each center pass.
저쪽에서
Something's amiss
무슨
over
문제?
there. The glass wall standing between us and them was thick enough to block out sound. It was hard for us to tell what was going on through the wall. However, I could see what was happening unambiguously. Someone with cuffed hands was being dragged away by security. A small child was crying next to them, clearly scared and confused.
신경 쓰지 말죠. 잘은 모르지만
Yo,
날개의
hype!
금기를 어긴 모양이에요.
You shouldn't bother. I don't know what happened, but I guess somebody broke a taboo. Yeah, sure, those impoverished vandals and their audacity to break the taboo if not stuffing enough cash into the right people's pockets. Am I right?
지금
Are you
저한테
mocking me right
위축되는
now?
건가요?
What? I thought you didn't care. Guess someone's knickers are in a twist. While I was distracted by Heathcliff Loudy celebrating his first successful tease on Ishmael, our usual suspect sprang forth at her least expected moment yet again. Uh-oh. Please state your affiliation and purpose of visit.
약자에게 자유를 주기 위해 왔노라.
I have come to liberate the weak and powerless! An emotion is expressed for the first time on the checkpoint official's face. Flabbergastation. They looked up at Don Quixote with a face screaming that it was flabbergasted.
저자들을 풀어주게.
Release them at once! Can you not see that they are suffering? Please state your affiliation and purpose of
이유를
visit.
말씀해 주세요.
The official ignored her demand and parroted the same question. All the while, Don Quixote was getting more upset by the minute. And then, looking through the transparent wall again. Yeah, I'm excited, X. We won't be skipping it once we hit that point. I saw the desperate child mouth a scream at the man dragged away in handcuffs. Da! She! Oh no!
그대가 나설 마음이 없다면
If you're unwilling to take action, then I shall myself. Ooh.
코드 퍼플. 금기 K185 위반 발생.
Code purple.
트롬보사이트 지원 요청.
Requesting thrombocyte units. Repeat. Requesting thrombocyte. Veering away from inquiry like a broken record, the official spoke in an intimidating immune response to... what? The official spoke in an intimidating immune response to the radio. That doesn't make any sense.
안내합니다. 코드
Attention all
퍼플.
personnel. Code purple. Code purple. Circulation hall 2. Inspection booth 14. Thrombocyte. Leukocyte.
루코사이트.
Blaring sirens accompany the perplexing announcement, all the while thick metal gates shut around us.
그냥
Smashed
대갈통을
his skull in and carried her in a body
지나갈
sack.
걸 그랬어.
Okay, X.
그런다고 아주 달라질 건 없었을 것 같지만요.
This is 3, hype. I doubt that would have made much of a difference. Thromboleuco. I believe they refer to fat, platelets, and white blood cells, respectively. That does, yeah, that does sound familiar.
저들을 의미하나 보군요.
Must be them. Fitting for K-Corp, I'd say. Looking in the direction Foss indicated, we all saw what she meant. Security forces wearing menacing uniforms were staring at us. Taboo.
입회한다.
Gotten used to this sort of situation, but it looks pretty serious. Damn it, Don Quixote.
네.
Indeed, we violated a taboo of the wing after all. Not like anyone was hurt. Can't we just talk this through? Faust looked straight into my face. For Faust to face someone directly when she usually stares into empty space as she speaks can only indicate one thing. I must have said something incredibly frustrating. No matter the wing, infringement of a taboo means. A loud explosion left Don Quixote dismembered where she stood. That lethal measures can be taken against the violator without warning. Looks like Border Control isn't willing to forgive us until they dismember the rest of the sinners. Armed security staff was surrounding us on all sides. You never ceased to surprise me. You managed to wring out the last drop of expectation I had left for you. I'm keeping out. Pin the whole thing on her, or take responsibility, or whatever.
아까는 관리자님만으로는
Thought you were accompanying us to handle
동행한
situations that our
거라면서요.
manager can't alone. I came with you to take care of inevitable problems, not have a pissing session in the wind. Casually pushed his way through the line of armed guards and leaned against a wall. He then crossed his arms as if to further drive home that he'll remain a spectator. Why don't we just pin it on Don Quixote?
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신.
K-Court checkpoint security.
이런 푹신한 날엔 안풍.
You got bats? We're a family. Aww. What if I had chosen Don Quixote as my character in battle?
죄인인가?
하나가 사라졌군.
한 놈의 죽음을
Don't think anything changes?
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다. 좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
There are some secrets like that, though. Okay. What is the green one? Is green gluttony?
말했지?
Then what is purple? Really just gonna watch from there? You won't sway me with that look, manager. I'm nothing more than a guide that none pay heed to. It would be impertinent of me to brandish my weapon. Purple is envy? Okay. Melts a metal one final time. K-Corp's singularity takes the form of healing bullets that restore most wounds in the blink of an eye. Healing bullets that restore most wounds in the blink of an eye. Suppose it could be compared to that ability of yours. Hey, wait! Completely ignore me my feeble plea, not that they could hear it. K-Corp's security guards closed in on us. Yo, Kish! How's it going, Kish?
여러분들, 왜 그렇게 뒷걸음질을 하시는 건가요?
Difficulty level 18. Yo, I should level up some of my characters.
입회한다. 이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신. 최선. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이야. 이미 도달했다.
Yeah, I assumed that, Hype. That's why I said I should level up some of my characters. I don't think all of my characters are around level 30.
마무리까지 끝나면 너희 안가품 장부에 특별히 한정판 고양이 스타를 붙여내.
또한 용서할 테니.
Oh no, Hirsch? Bad pulls?
웃기는 자식이구나. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하네. 여기 좀 낫나?
승부처다. 결투는 끝나지.
Oh, just a bad day. Sorry to hear it.
영원히 잠들어라. 어두운 무지를 열어줬다. 그때가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
좋은 결투.
Oh no, how are you here then if your Wi-Fi died?
아직 모자라. 여러분들, 왜 그렇게 뒷걸음질
Earlier.
하시는 건가요?
Gotcha. HP bullets. Effective slash.
해오던 대로 방송을.
Well, at least it's fixed. That's something that's going well. Stern. Quiet. Calm. Calm. Reliable.
죄인인가? 그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이다.
Is 5 a new one that just came out? Or, I'm not familiar with the Devil May Cry series.
나참 먹을만 한다고 능사가 아니야.
Old one? Okay.
발전기도 섞어야지.
Good one? Best one. Nice. Somebody else was talking about Devil May Cry a while back.
중주의 안갑은 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각했다. 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 일은 없지.
Joel. Smack him with a key.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 않나?
Take a sip and stretch. Oh, stretch. And a sip. Thanks for typing that out, Hype. I can't always see the activity feed since I have the multi-chat on. The redeems don't show up.
말했잖아요. 날개와 엮이는 건 무의미하다고요.
이렇게 실시간으로 허무해지는 전투일 줄은 몰랐지.
Just didn't know the futility would hit us right away.
잘라내면 잘라내는 대로 살점이 차오른다.
The flesh regrows as soon as it's removed.
전투를 제대로 지속하기 어렵다.
Well, it's pretty straightforward so far. I'm still learning it. And I can just auto battle basically Kirsch.
이딴 예술도 있네.
But I'm not very far into it. Is there anything we can do?
HP. 헬라포이시스 기술은 손실된 신체의 세포를 끊임없이 보충하는 기술이에요. 한번 투약받아도 상당히 오래 지속되는데 둥지 안에서 보급을 받는 자들은 전투로는 이길 방법이 없다고 할 수도 있겠네.
Faust was shaking her head in despondency. But then, in the height of chaos, I have arrived at last. A peal of overwhelmingly energetic laughter rang through the air.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
Siegfried? Siegfried? A figure approached us with terrifying force, reminiscent of a frenzied beast. What's that thing running at us?
앞으로 3초.
ETA 3 seconds. Manager, your judgment? I don't know. I'm not sure what to... Virgilus was the only one who showed no surprise. To be more clear, he was more displeased than unsurprised at this apparently unexpected arrival.
역시 오시는군.
Ah, there you are. K-Corps superstar. A jovial-looking man appeared amidst the chaos with an obnoxious laugh. Greetings, one and all! You are free to share stories of the heroic feats you are to witness here, but photographs and more will require permission from K-Corps. Alas, I must attend a magazine interview in half an hour, so I cannot overlinger. I pray to you understand.
왜 안 오나 했지.
Was wondering when you'd come.
날개 월급쟁이.
I heard you became a wagey serving a wing, Siegfried. I see your tongue is as sharp as ever, dear fellow. Russia at once in response to Code Purple, and he thinks your friends were the perpetrators.
친구 아니야.
Not exactly friends. Hope you understand that I have nothing to do with the promotion.
그럼
In that case, yep, I'm counting on you to give them a spicy lesson.
무슨 이야기를 둘이서만 불길하게 속닥거려?
What are you two muttering about? Don't bode well.
동감.
Agreed. From under what stone did he come out? Some of you come from faraway lands. Right then, I shall grant you all the privilege of photography for this special occasion.
우리를 아주 길거리
Treat
추종자처럼
us like
대하고 있군.
worshippers on the streets. How dare you! Now, Quixote, what's wrong?
우리가 좀 바빠서
We're in a hurry, so get this done within 1 minute if possible, and keep that clock head out of this. Prosthetic, is it? Right then, make it 50 seconds. Both a skilled fighter and talented performer, I could only watch in awe as he proved himself to be nothing short of a hero.
자, 여기를 한번 봐주게. 우리 팬들이 매우 좋아해 줄 거야.
The lighter is too damn strong.
방금 뭐란 거지?
One after another, he made short work of the sinners. Virgilius watched the carnage with a pleased expression. By the time they learned what happens if they kick up a ruckus in a nest, thinking they can get away with it. Dante, you may not remember it at the moment, but at one point you used to be something of a bigwig, so to speak. I was? I just couldn't picture it. Right now I'm just a powerless leader who fumbles in any emergency, constantly being chewed up, spat out, and ignored in the trash by my sinners. They even started treating me as the team's field medic. To think that this miserable manager used to be the respected leader of many sometime in the past. Felt a genuine desire to ask Faust for another way to recover my memories. However, your memory loss does not wholly excuse all the faults in your performance as the manager. Lulu! Hey, Lulu, thanks for the follow. Certain you understand what I mean. Hello! Welcome! I'm Scat. I'm a puka, which in Gaelic mythology is a fey changeling who can transform between a human and a given animal, in my case a cat. And you won't hear it much when I'm acting out the voice lines, but I do like to skillibat and scat. I thought of the staff at K-Core Checkpoint. This is the best Kanto? I'm looking forward to it. They showed no pity for the family they were about to tear apart, treating it all as nothing more than a part of the due procedure. Although Don Quixote got us into trouble when she sprang forth to rectify injustice, I just know it would have haunted my sleep for days if we turned a blind eye. I liked Kanto 1, actually. And seeing Heathcliff tighten the grip on his weapon to veins as he witnessed the disturbance. So far, Kanto 2 is probably my least favorite, but it wasn't bad. Not Don Quixote, I feel at least one of us would have intervened. Should be told, I didn't do everything in my power to keep Don Quixote down. Virgilius isn't necessarily wrong when he says the blame rests on me for causing this. Taking back my head might not be for the best after all, Virgilius. Oh dear, I've got to tell them to put a microphone next time. I take it that you've gotten my point.
46.5초.
Hurrah! 46.5 seconds. Another day, another heroic tale of justice written. It looks like the curtains have closed. Time to rewind, Dante. Effie and Saud, too? Them again? After 12 whirls of agony, the sinners were back in one piece. Massacre must have been humbling because it feels rather strange seeing them this quiet.
어떻게 지내고 있었는가 붉은 시선. 요새
I was
통
like good in
얼굴
Red
보기가
Gaze. We've
힘들었는데
rarely had a chance to meet in
둥지에서
recent
우수한
times.
해결사들의
Haven't shown
모임에도
up to
안
the
나오고
League of Excellent Nest-Dwelling Fixers lately either.
내가 초대장을 무려 수십
Were you
장이나
unable to read
보냈는데
the dozens of
받지 못한
invitations I
것인가?
sent you?
주소 바꿨어.
Changed addresses, and I don't have the time to lick top brass boots like you're doing. I don't know what happened between these two, but Virgilus is a bit hostile here, right?
첫 보기에도
The
둘의 성향이
difference in
다르다고 느끼지
disposition
않나.
between them is rather clear, isn't it, Dante? In what ways?
간단히 말하자면
Simply put,
지크
Mr.
프리키스는
Siegfried can be described as a
해결사
pro-wing
중에서도
fixer based
나에게
on the
친화적인
views
쪽에
he's
가까웠죠.
expressed.
반면에 베르길리우스
On the other
씨는
hand, our guide
해결사는
Virgilus sought
독립성을 추구했어요.
independence as a fixer.
영향력이 강한
He
어느 한
believed that a
곳에
fixer loses
해결사가
sight of their
종속되는
core
순간
principles the moment they become
해결사가
subordinate
지켜야
to an
할
influential
최소한의
entity.
가치마저도 힘 있는 자들
He is
한정에서
someone who is strict towards
누구보다
those with
엄격한
power,
잣대를
after all.
들이미는 사람이니까요.
While speaking with Faust, I saw Don Quixote quake and approach Siegfried with shaky hands. She must have been honored to see him, even after being mincemeat by his hands mere moments ago. I have collected figurines sculpted after you, though I've yet to get my hands on limited editions. I set my heart on becoming a magnificent fixer such as you.
해결사
Aha, an aspiring fixer. I have little time to spare, but more than enough for an autograph. Is that true? Then would you sign an autograph here? Slow breaths, Don Quixote.
안내합니다. 상황
Attention.
종료.
Code purple
코드
dismissed.
퍼플.
Code purple
상황
dismissed.
종료.
All codes
코드
cleared.
퍼플.
이런
Huzzah, that's the job
끝마쳤다.
done well.
그럼
Now then,
어디
until
선가에서
next we
보도록 하지.
meet. Leaping with tremendous force, Siegfried vanished into the air. How long have you been playing, Lulu? Although there was a small delay, we did get the travel permit in the end. Virgilus returned to the bus in the meantime, or perhaps he only got off knowing that we'd run into that Siegfried. He looked rather upset as he walked away, but no one else seemed to care that much. Clueless to the surrounding frigidness, Don Quixote was happy as a clam, caressing the sheet of paper autographed by Siegfried. I must be caught in a dream. Manager Esquire, will you pinch my cheek just once? Just as I was about to give the blissful Don Quixote a word while we walked out of the border checkpoint, an armored vehicle stopped before us.
새로운 적인가?
A newfound foe? Bold of them to
둥지에
challenge
검은
us right in front of
산도
a next checkpoint.
이 차는 LCC
This vehicle is from
청소부서
LCC,
소속이군요.
the clearance department. Following Faust's plain reply, the vehicle's doors opened.
왜
Ah,
이렇게 오래
geez,
걸린
what
거야?
took you so
이
long?
근처를
We had to
세
cycle
바퀴나
3
뱅뱅
laps waiting
돌았잖아.
for it to be over. A couple of familiar faces appeared out of the car. Effie and Saud. Even though their outfits had changed, their faces were greased with just as much confidence and poise.
비포 팀에서
Oh,
온
people
건가?
from the before team, eh?
분위기가 좀 달라졌군
Something
그래.
about you looks different, I gotta say.
그건 카지노 잠입을 위한
That was
위장복이었답니다.
disguise we had in order to
결과적으로는
infiltrate the
쓸모가
casino.
없긴
It was
했지만
ultimately
말이에요.
useless, though.
그
Still got that sharp tongue, too, huh? My chest ached a little at the thought of the harmonious cacophony that was our last operation. Sod, you see that hand on the clock trembling? You'll make them cry.
장난이랍니다.
I was just being playful.
실력으로는 아직
While you had
발전해야
much
할
room for
부분이
improvement in
한참
regard to skill,
남아있었지만
I've made up my mind to
그래도
admit that the
LCB
LCB
부서만의
department
색깔이
has its
있다는
own
걸
character.
인정하기로 했거든요.
In spite of the rough path we took, it sounds like we did leave a positive impression on the two.
비포 팀들은 먼저 작전 현장에
The before
도착했는
team
줄
was supposed to be
알았는데
on site at this hour, wasn't it?
다른 대원들은 이미
The others should be there already. We decided to wait for you because we had useful intel to share. In any case, you cared about us, right? Do we have a couple of new fans knee deep in our charm? You know, something like the sort of food that's cooked from ghastly ingredients, but the end result's a pleasant surprise.
맞아. 전장에
Yeah,
그런 게 많아.
had a lot of that on the battlefield. Miserable to swallow, but somehow memorable.
두 분 다 어떤 음식을
What kind of food have
드셔왔던
you two
거죠?
been eating?
저 그런데
By the way, what's the intel you were going to share with us?
이번 목표 지점 말이야.
But our target
우리
location
말고
seems another
다른
faction has
집단이
occupied the
점령해
place
있는
already.
상태인 것 같아. 그래서 우리 쪽에서도
We're putting in
평소보다
more
많은
manpower
인원을
than
투입하고 있지.
usual as a result. I
그래봤자
bet they are yet
또
another
어디서
swarm
모여드는
of
쇠파리
gadflies
같은 놈들이겠지.
attracted by opportunity. As we just pointed out, we weren't new to encounters against groups of foes drawn near the Golden Bows. For our first mission, straggling soldiers from G Corps took shelter in the abandoned facility. In our second, a variety of gangs inhabited the casino.
안타깝지만
Fortunately, our
선수들은
opponents this time
예전
won't be
같은
some crummy
부스러기는
no-names
아닌
like
모양이야.
before.
심사 기록을
We took a
슬쩍
peek at the
살펴보니까
immigration inspection records and found out that Encore dispatched a legion of employees a few weeks ago. Same designation as ours, too.
엔사에서요?
From Encore.
공식적으로 드러난
Though
행보는
this wasn't an
아니지만
officially disclosed
K사
activity,
쪽에서도
seeing
심사
that
통과를
K-Corps
해준
has
걸로
let them
봐서
pass means that they might
모종의
have made a
거래가
deal under the
있었을 수도
table.
있지.
즉, 엔사에서 미리
Which, if it's
파견이 와
true that
있는 게
Encore has sent
사실이라면
staff in
가는
advance,
길이
then the journey won't be
심플하지만은
a
않을
smooth
거라는
one.
소리랍니다.
I see. I'm worried we might make enemies of several wings
여러
as we
날개를
go on.
펼치는 건 아니지만
장기적으로 봤을 때
In the long term,
날개 간의
conflicts with
충돌은
wings will be an
불가피한
unavoidable
수순일
step in
거예요.
the process.
하지만 엔사에서
Judging from the
공식적인
fact that
파견을
Encore
공표하지
hasn't
않은
made
걸
this motion
봐서는
officially
단순히
known,
이익
it could
뒷단적인
end as
충돌로
simple a conflict of
마무리될 수도
interest.
있고요.
End as a simple conflict of interest.
어쩌면
Furthermore,
그들이
we can't
진정으로
discount the
원하는
possibility that it's not the Golden Bow
황금가지가
thereafter.
아니라는 가능성.
어찌 됐든
Doesn't change that we're
여기저기
convenient pawns
써먹기
for our
편한
higher
건
ups to throw
부정되지
around
않을
either
것
way.
같지만
아 맞아.
Oh right, I
K사
heard some
입국
morons cause a
관리소에서
scene at the
소동을
K-Court
일으킨
checkpoint.
멍청이들이 있다고
Did you guys
했는데
see who they were?
혹시
소문이라는 건 참
Rumor
빠르게
travels with such haste, 'twas though astride Rocinante. I used to know how to pronounce that name. I've read the book. Don Quixote hung her head, possibly in embarrassment. Well, I guess when you're reading books, you don't need to pronounce it out loud. Perhaps she's finally starting to learn that her reckless actions have repercussions. That or I'm mistaken, and she's glad that more people know of what she's done. Rocinante is the horse. Don Quixote's horse, right?
아깝지 뭐예요.
Shame I missed it. That's not the kind of spectacle you see every day.
In
the book, in the book.
누가 감히
Really, who in their right mind would mess with a
거기서부터
wing at a
소라게.
border checkpoint unless they had lives to spare?
설마.
Please don't tell
자,
me.
시간도 얼마 없고
Come on, we don't have much time, so we should get going.
이런
Oh dear, Mr.
베르길리우스님은
Virgilus is nowhere to
이번에도
be
안
seen
계신
again.
건데.
그 양반
Oh, him? He
먼저
went back to
버스로
the bus
돌아갔어.
first.
아쉽네요.
What a pity. I
이번에야말로
didn't want to miss my
얼굴
chance to
한번
say hello.
다음에는 꼭 인사를 하고
We'll
말겠어.
leave an impression on him next time.
너희
Mark
대신
my
우리를
words.
합류시킬
Planning to ask
생각은
him if we can join the team
없냐고도
in your
물어볼
stead.
계획이야.
What? That's the reason you wanted to meet him?
마냥 농담은
It
아니랍니다.
wasn't entirely a joke.
이따가
See you at the
현장에서 다시
site then.
봐요.
너희가 무사히
You can
도착할
get
수
there in one piece
있다면
anyway.
말이야.
Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-boop-bow. Ba-doo-da-ba-ba-doo-ba-doo-bow. 981, we're coming up on another temple pretty soon. The deal they struck. A pouty Charon and the cold stare of Virgilus awaited us on the bus. Awaited us on the bus. The air was heavy with a sense of oppression, leaving little room for light-hearted jokes.
늦었어. 카론 100까지 샜는데도 너희
You're
안
late.
왔어.
Charon counted to 100 and you still didn't count. Charon. She seemed to have a few more words ready to be flung in that icy tone, but Virgilus put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a glance.
베르, 카론은
Berg,
지금을
Charon will
기억할
remember
것입니다.
this. Talk about that, I'll buy you something sweet later. Charon sat in the driver's seat without further complaint, and Virgilus slowly turned to us. Slowly. If there was one thing the sinners and I were all good at, it'd be sensing imminent danger and making the way. Dispersing from the group, we scuttled away into our seats, leaving only Don Quixote anxiously standing in the aisle of the bus.
변명을 듣겠다, Don
Let's hear your
Quixote.
excuse, Don Quixote.
본인은 핍박받고 있는 약자를 그냥
I could
지나칠
not
수
turn a
없어.
blind eye to the weak being persecuted.
아니,
No, wrong. My vision couldn't follow what happened in that instant. I have nothing to blink, so it shouldn't have been possible for me to miss a moment, and yet I caught up with the situation. First thing that came into my sight was Don Quixote brought to the ground, shoulder trampled under Virgilus's shoe. I asked for an excuse, not a justification of your views. This isn't the first time either, Don Quixote. You're responsible for 3 separate incidents already. That's 3 separate times you jeopardized our work with your deranged behavior. What do you think? Speak. Well, my own actions did inconvenience my colleagues. Don Quixote's pained groan grew louder, but no one stepped in. Of course, she was being punished for her own actions. But more than anything, it was evident that disrupting this wasn't going to make the situation better. I was asking for your thoughts. Why do you not understand this? You're speaking only to be interrupted? What you should have said to me at the get-go was an apology, Don Quixote. Anything you'd add should be an elaboration on how you plan to improve your conduct. But I'm just... stop demanding a specific answer out of me. Don't you know, our company already has the correct answers for its employees. The questions are only asked to see if you can get it right. You're sorely mistaken if you believe the company is sincerely curious about your input. If the company is this so, then I'm sick of this. Virgilus kicked Don Quixote, tossing her to the floor, then gripping her fall by the collar. Oh, poor Don Quixote. I'm sure you remember what went down when you joined. I hope you haven't forgotten the deal we struck that day, Miss Don Quixote. Virgilus's eyes glistened with a much brighter hue of red than usual. Staring directly into them, Don Quixote soon gave back a nod without another word. That's all. Back to your seat. Watching someone who usually exuded pride and confidence quickly shift to such a discouraged, crestfallen state didn't exactly make for a pleasant sight. Though a deal that got Don Quixote to go silent simply by bringing it up makes me wonder what it was about. Same goes for the rest of you. A company isn't a platform for fulfilling egocentric dreams or preaching big ideas. You would still go against the terms of your employment contract to act unprompted. Consider the consequences before you do. Spend a grueling period of being unable to escape, not through death, nor through struggles and severance. Guess getting help from that guy. Who was that again? Mr. Zach Friture or something must have ruffled his feathers. Zach Friture? It's Lord Siegfried. Sheesh, the mission hasn't even started and we already got a scolding. Listen, tact before you act, okay? I knew this day would come sooner or later. We should all be careful from now on. Why are you two birds gawking at me? Looking to get stoned? Fine, I got it. Inquisitors.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
With the conflict sorted out, the bus finally departed. Excuse me. Looking out the windows evoked a strange feeling in the passengers. Check out those people. They look like they haven't a care in the world. This is way different from the roads we've been through. I guess this is our manager Bud's first time traveling in the middle of a nest. The world is difference between the nests and the back streets. Besides, each nest has its own cultural heritage. Attention all. Our destination is the town of Kaul, situated in Nest K. Investigation revealed that a package connected to Lobotomy Corps branch exists somewhere in that village. As soon as the name Kaul was mentioned, Sinclair lapsed into fear once again and started trembling. As as if something were coming after him.
하지만 너희들이 전해준
But as you have
정보대로
told me, a third party has occupied the area surrounding that branch facility. That's why I requested an additional recon operation from clearance.
비포팀의 사정 관측 3과가
Preliminary
투입되었죠.
Observation Unit 3 from the
에피와
before team
소디
has
씨도
been
함께
dispatched.
하셨을 겁니다.
Mr. Effie and Miss Sod should be with them by now.
상황이 어떤지 파악이
We'll
되면
receive a report from them once
그쪽에서
they get a
먼저
good grasp of the
보고를 줄
situation.
거다.
Shortly afterward, the bus entered a quiet woodland path leading to the village. Lush green trees rarely found in the back streets began to decorate the scene, providing a comfortable sight. But that was soon disturbed by something odd. I could see an ominous billow of smoke right in the distance. Why is smoke coming from?
싱클레어?
카론 꺾어.
Karen turned. Evasive maneuver. Rumble tumble. Bus made a sharp turn to the left shortly before a giant nail flew in and noisily embedded itself in the back window. Whoa, who the hell was that? I almost kicked it.
이 정도의
Though
가속도로
I hadn't run a
실험해보진
test with the
않았지만
projectile at such velocity, this does suggest that the windows
조금
need to
더
be
튼튼히
reinforced a
덮을
little.
필요가 있겠군요.
우리를 향해 정확히 조준하고 던진 거다.
That was aimed directly at us. They must be the faction the before team warned us about. The employees of Encore. Man, all these letters are confusing.
베르, 메피가
Where
다쳤어.
Mephi got hurt.
카론 슬퍼.
Janet's sad.
멈추지 않으면 더할 기세군.
Doesn't look like they'll stop anytime soon.
전원
Off the
하차.
bus, all. As we got off the bus, a group stood in the way, clad from head to toe in rusty armor with faded coats of a white.
정차.
Off-white, off-white.
이 길로는 지나가지 못한다.
Halt. You may not use this road. Should have said so in the first place, because what about our windshield? Oh, bugger.
선전 보고 없이 공격해놓고
Rather rude for someone to attack without warning. Isn't it at least common courtesy to state your affiliations?
우리는 이단 신문.
We are inquisitors. We are the nail that fixes the blasphemous and the hammer that strikes down the sinful.
인사.
So, Encore.
나겔 운트 하모의
That's one
직원이라는 걸
convoluted way to tell
어렵게도
someone that
말하네요.
you're an employee of Nagel and Hammer. Encore is Nagel and Hammer,
묵과 망치라고도
also
불리죠.
known as Nail and Hammer.
지금은 이단 신봉자를
We shall
정화하고
not proceed
있습니다.
as we are in the midst of cleansing heretical dissidents. Hey, hey now, we just want to pass through, not looking for any trouble. We're on the, a tour, that's right, and this is a tour bus. Labeled as tourists all of a sudden, the sinners exchange looks in silence. To prevent another disastrous first impression, Gregor was doing what he could, even though his efforts fell flat for the most part, to gently appease the armored crowd. Accompanied by an attempt at the kind, harmless smile tourists would wear.
그래. 저번 광산
Greg, I've been
때부터
thinking
느꼈던
this since the
건데
job at the mine, but
사실
are you
이런
that
쪽
into these
개그에
kinds of bits?
욕심 있는
그런 거 아니라고.
Not exactly it. Quivering corners of his mouth roused pity in my heart.
그렇다면
In that
그대들의
case, you shall
순수성을
prove yourselves to be
증명하는
untainted. Fine,
좋아.
tell us how, so we can get on with it. Visitor suddenly pointed in my
저
direction.
불경한 여행자의 머리를
Behead that blasphemous traveler. Me?
그리고 우리 망치의 앞에 무릎
And kneel
꿇고
before our hammer as you consecrate their head to us.
그렇다면 그대들은 때묻지
Such will
않는
prove
자유
that you are untainted ones, and your
여전히
journey
불이
shall
또한
continue without hindrance.
없을지니 물론
You will, of
그
course,
불결한
have to
시간을
part with the defiled
두고
vehicle
가야 할
as well.
것이다.
보자 보자니까 무슨
Now
헛소리야.
dispute on, don't you,
야,
Blokes? Oi, I don't know who
우리가
you think we are, but do
핫바지처럼
we
보인다고
look
해도
daft
그런 거
enough
들어줄
to
것
do
같냐?
as you say? Furious, Heathcliff was the first to quit playing as a harmless tourist. Heathcliff, you didn't have to
가짠치도 않은
proper
것들이
trifling twits.
어디서
Who are you telling
나온
me to
걸
kneel?
그런 거.
Inquisitor, as was declared to us, nodded in response.
알겠다.
Understood, and I
그렇다면
declare all of you
그대들은
to be heretics.
이단이다.
With that, the group of Inquisitors moved into position at once, ready to attack. I remember these guys from the Mirror. Servile Encore Inquisitor.
거기구나.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버릴 거야. 13조 이항의 맛이 그게 체격이지.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지. 승부처나.
좋아. 이번엔 제대로 들어가.
또한 용서할 테니.
지금이라도 망했던 하나가 사라졌군. 조심하랬지?
Oh, that's a different one, isn't it?
이미 도달했다.
좋은 결정이었다. 좋은 결정이었다.
Okay.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층
I'm
더
gonna-
기술을 쓸 수 있었다.
What do we got here? 36, 29, 17, 35, 35. We do need to level somebody up. Inquisitors 2.
검 끝을 바라본다.
Doobie-doo-bop-boop-a-doobie-doo-bow, ba-doobie-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-bow. Getting back on the bus, Virgilus greeted us by casually lifting a
이번엔
hand.
상대하기 조금 까다롭진 않았나?
Was they a little trickier to deal with than your usual foes?
누누이 말하는 거지만
Keep saying we could be done with them a lot faster if you lent a hand.
나도 너누이
And as I
말하는
always
거지만
answer, there won't be any point to
내가
this if I
도와주는
help you.
건
저자들
Those
우리더러
people,
이단
they labeled
신분자라고
us as
했어요.
heretics. Just what is
대체
their
뭘 보고
judgment
그러는
based
거죠?
on? I think they were targeting me.
못과 망치,
Negulan Hammer, the
경험이야말로
wing that values
가장 중요한
experience
가치란
above all
말하는
else.
날개.
Mersault muttered vaguely. Experience?
인간은 자신의 가치에
Humans are
맞는
made to have
경험과 행동을 할
experiences
수
and actions
있도록 정해져
appropriate for
있다.
their worth. That is
그들은
what they say
경험에
of
대해
it.
그것들
Told us to
우리에게
offer up the
관리자님의
severed head
머리를
of our
내놓으라
manager.
그렇다는 건
That means they're back.
그들이
They didn't forget coming back with that too. Sinclair was almost having a fit at this point. Rhodia looked at him with pitying eyes, but there was little she could do about it.
베르베르 소리 나는 상자가 시끄러워.
Soundbox is being noisy. Better, better.
선발대에서 연락이 온
Looks
모양.
like the advance team has words for us. This is Saldes.
아 이리 줘.
Give me that.
에피 여기는 버스다.
Effie, this is the
거기
bus.
상황은
How are
어떤
things
것
over
같아?
there? You shall bear here your every sin and be purified. Effie?
방금
Is that Effie's voice or something else?
아니 그보다
No, actually, was that even a
사람
human
목소리
voice at all?
얘기했나요?
싱클레어
Sinclair,
무슨
what are you
소리를 하는
talking
거야?
about?
바람 소리가
I
들렸잖아요.
heard the whistles right at the end, faintly.
그런 게
Was there not?
들렸어.
그 자식이 온 거예요.
Sir, that wretch is there after all this time to destroy the rest of our
우리
town.
마을까지 전
Calm down, Sinclair. What do you mean by whistles? And who is this wretched woman?
저를 기다리고 있는 거예요.
She's waiting for me. That was a message calling for me.
메시저.
Resentful tears were streaming from Sinclair's face as he rambled.
잠깐만요.
Hang on, there are people like the ones we met on the road up ahead. We should go
돌아가요.
back. What?
저희
Can't we just head back? I don't want to go. Let's turn around. Just take the steering wheel and...
꼬맹이
Kiddo, what's wrong? Why are you so worried to walk in? What are you so worried to walk into?
가면 안 돼.
You shouldn't go. We'll all die. We need to go back.
돌아가요.
에밀 싱클레어.
Emil Sinclair, don't be
쓸데없는
absurd.
소리를.
Wheatus was calmly flicking her wrist.
잠깐 기절할 정도로
Delivered the light
부에
bulb in
충격을
his stomach
가했을
to knock
거야.
him unconscious for a short while. Nothing more.
이번엔 박자가
We're
맞아.
in agreement for once, it seems. I was this close to stepping in.
겁쟁이들은 전장이 필요
I
없으니까.
don't need cowards on my battlefield.
이대로
Can't I throw him out of the
보내고는 안
bus?
되는 거.
That might be a bit too far.
관리자님께서
You
그렇게
say so,
말씀하시나요?
manager. We just looked down at Sinclair with a displeased face. Even though he was the timid sort, he's never opposed something so strongly until now. This unprecedented behavior of his bothered me. But I couldn't bring myself to ask him why, as he didn't seem to be in any state to tell me. Soon enough, Sinclair came back to his senses. He stared out the window with vacant eyes. The others are all out fighting. I'm sorry. I'll go join them.
짐덩이가
Can't keep dragging others down.
없으니까.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌다.
Servile.
우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 엄지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌 것 말이지.
N for nail and hammer.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
용서할 테니.
13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
그때부터 죄인인가?
좋아, 이번엔 제대로 들어가.
전국게 뚫렸네.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크군.
Compliant.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지
Servile.
녀석들도 처형한다.
Servile. Compliant.
조심하랬지?
그때가 전국게 뚫렸네.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다.
또한 용서할 테니.
딱 좋은 결투.
그때가 전국게 뚫렸네.
Victory. Coin faces also affect the activation of certain skill effects.
아직 모자라. 여러분들, 왜 그렇게 뒷걸음질을 하시는 건가요?
Difficulty level 21?
입회한다.
Isn't the max level 50 for characters?
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌다. 우리 중기가 엄지처럼 엄격한 엄지처럼 이해할 수 없는 것. 그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이다.
그때가 전국게 뚫렸네.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다.
Oh, yo.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크군. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
승부처다.
나의 또 하나가 사라졌군. 그때가 전국게 뚫렸네.
하, 웃기는 자식.
Oh, we got a
그래서
raft.
고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라. 모자라. 이미
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결투였다.
아직 모자라.
Silent Night.
여러분들,
입회한다.
We're gonna be able to make a pull here pretty soon, everyone. Smoke that was faintly visible through the bus windows covered the whole town. We're burning a Christmas tree. Oh, that's not a Christmas tree. What a mess this is, huh? By the way, don't you hear a familiar song from somewhere?
나 이 노래 알아. 그 뭐더라.
Yeah, I know this one. Used to hear this tune an awful lot on snowy days.
전쟁 때 병사들 사기 올리고
Played it a bunch during wartime to raise our spirits. To be exact opposite for me. The song evoked various memories in the group. For me, I'm not sure. It's definitely familiar, but it doesn't bring up any clear images in my head. However, I could still feel a faint splash of feeling from deep in my heart. Maybe I knew this song before I lost my memory. This mist of emotion roused inside me, though. It doesn't feel precious or warm. An ache. An inexplicable sting is what I felt.
맞아요.
Right. That day,
그날 이렇게 눈이
it was snowy like this, and that song was playing. The trees before us were decorated with grim ornaments. All sorts of internal organs and mechanical parts were hung from the branches, as if someone put people's innards on full display. Isn't this going too far? Classic, but more kitschy than anything.
근방에 생존자는
There
없다.
are no survivors nearby. Then everything finally fell into place. It's just like... Piercing sound caused the group to cover their ears. Enjoy your Noel, everyone? The night isn't really silent, but it sure is holy. Isn't Christmas still a far way off?
네,
You're right, it's not anytime soon. My name is Cromer. I'm a humanitarian who loves purity and the one who grips the hammer. I don't know how you managed to get here, but you're trespassing on private property. As you can see, this hallowed ground is undergoing our nailing judgment. I hope you like the decorations I set up. Well, let's just say that you got lost. Turn back now and a fine will be all you have to pay. I'm feeling generous. Today is the Nativity after all. But before that, is Guido there?
이곳에 있나니.
Here I stand. Guido. Good, just in case, do you see any heretics over there? The massive man named Guido, who responded to her, turns to us. He intently stares into each of us until his eyes fall upon me. He gazes at me for a very long time. Although he was wearing a mask, those eyes of his, they froze us completely still, as if his glare nailed us to the ground.
순수하지 아니한 자와
I
그들의
see an impure
주종군이
one and their
함께하고
followers,
그리고
and with them
말씀하신
the child
그
you
아이.
spoke of. Oh, really? My Sinclair is back. Come see me, Sinclair. I'll be waiting at that familiar spot. I can hear Sinclair grinding and gnashing his teeth. He made a dreadful noise. I couldn't be sure if it was from hatred or fear. Take out the rest, Guido. Or should I myself? I wouldn't mind.
쥐는 자께서는
I urge you to focus on
불순한
hammering
것을
the
두드리는
impure, O
일에
one who grips.
집중하소서.
Good, good. Let's keep up the purification. Now then, everyone, Merry Christmas! A number of inquisitors gather around Guido. He stands firm behind them. He's not making any movement, but his presence alone is threatening enough. An intense aura of hostility was radiating straight from him.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 거기구나. 최선. 이런 푹신한 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
Peak hair day.
승부처다.
그래, 일상조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지. 잘했다. 마무리까지 끝나면 너희 안가품 장부에 특별히 안정판 고양이 스카를 붙여주기.
장부 아직 백수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
좋은 결투였다.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크고.
Interrogative.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Scourging.
조심하랬지?
미안하게 고통. 백수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가. 이런 그새 정신을 잃었나.
어떡.
형제의 원한, 정부의 죽음, 경험의 갑질.
결투는 끝났다.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고.
죄인가?
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
What is A-Res? Isn't Dark Blue Pride?
용서할 테니 크게 다친 짓.
Oh wait, who is this? Oh, is that Guido? You are cleansed of sin.
조심하랬지?
이미 도다.
결투는 끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결투였다.
Victory! Take that, Guido.
힘든
That was a tough
상대였어요.
opponent. We should move
저자가
before they come
완전히
back to their
정신을 차리기
senses.
전에
수치스러운 소리를 잘도
A
짓거리네.
shameful thing to say. A soldier
승기를
does not
잡은
retreat before the
적을
enemy
두고
when victory is
뽕물을
in
빼지
sight.
지금 군인 정신이
Did you
중요할
save the
때예요.
military drill for a better time? Ishmael is right. That's not someone we can beat easily. We will fall back. We just reluctantly back down. Sinclair, do you know what that Cromer meant by that familiar spot? It's, well, Sinclair shook. He was seemingly overwhelmed with dread. But I could also see a teeth-grinding anger in him that surpassed his fear. Looking at him, a thought blossomed in my mind. You need to talk, Sinclair. Tell us what you know, and you'll prevent half the deaths we might suffer.
작전의 성공률도 올라간다.
It'll also raise the likelihood of our
효과적인 정보를
success.
필요하지.
I'm looking forward to hearing something useful. I hope I'm doing the right thing as the manager. Sinclair shook his head upon hearing my words, breathed in, and finally opened his mouth after some struggle.
우리 집이야.
My house.
크로머는
That's where
분명
Cromer
그곳에
must
있을
be.
거예요.
너
So you know
그
that bird.
자식이랑은
Bollocks, my head is still
하도
pounding thanks to
피가
her shrill
찢어질
laugh.
서대서 머리가 다 지끈거.
학교에서 만났어요.
I met her at school.
저런
Oh
혹시
boy, she's a
친구였어?
friend of yours. Whatever's going on, sure hope you can talk it out.
친구 아니에요.
She's not my friend.
크로머.
Cromer killed my family.
미안해.
My bad. A prosthetic head hanging from a tree slowly turned to face us. Lights and sparks occasionally flickered within. Bzz, psst. Why did you return?
싱클레어?
Sinclair, are those your neighbors? Logia asked while looking at the dismembered prosthesis.
그런 것 같아요.
Looks like they were. I really hope that isn't the case, though. Sinclair replied, watching with a grim look on his face as the bare wires sparkled and short-circuited. The robotic head soon stopped moving, only emitting discordant things. Then a song begins to fill the air. Silent night. The heads hung from the trees are singing the same song. The carol leaking through the vocal units of so many lifeless heads slants on the flames below.
이들에게 이단이란 건
It's clearer than ever now. Prosthetic body parts are heresy to them.
도시의 의체 보유자들이
Though it has been quite a while
꽤
since
오랜
prostheses
시간이
were
지났지만
first introduced to the city.
여전히 그들의 모습을
Many
보고
people still
이질감을
find them
느끼는
foreign and
사람들이 있지.
alienating.
저희 마을은요.
Our town,
저희 마을은
our
K사
childless
의체
town,
산업의 성지라고 불릴 정도로
called the holy site of
주민
Nesca's
대부분이
prosthetic
하이엔드 의체 부품
industry.
제작에 종사하고 있었어요.
Most of the residents worked in manufacturing high-end prosthesis components.
크로마는 오래전부터
Cromer has
계속
been keeping an eye on our town for
우리
a long
마을을
time.
주시했던 거예요.
네 가족도
So was your family?
네.
Yeah. My
저희
father was the
아버지는
owner of a fledgling
신생
prosthetics
의체
company
회사의
too.
대표.
Is
그래서
that why?
아니,
No.
제가 보기엔
The way I see it,
이자들에게
attributing it
그런
to a
거창한
high-flown cause of
사상
any
따위는
kind is giving them too much credit.
그냥
They're
그냥
just
광기와
lunatics,
폭력의
consumed by
매력을
madness and
가치관이죠.
violence. Ishmael asserted to him. After a while of staring at the Christmas tree decorated with his neighbors, Sinclair turned to me. Manager, I have a question if it's all right with you.
예전부터
What is it?
그
Well, how does it feel?
기분이 어떠세요?
Feel?
네.
Yeah.
머리 대신 의체를 달고 있는 기분이 어떠냐고요?
How does it feel to have a prosthetic replacement for your head? And the music just cut out. I was a little taken aback since I've never had anyone ask that kind of question before. The issue is that there's no way to know how I might have felt before I got a clock for a head. That's... I'm not trying to argue with you or anything. That was probably rude of me. I apologize. No need, it's alright. The other sinners were a billion times ruder to me with their daily interactions anyway. I'm afraid I can't answer that. I don't remember a single thing about my life before this clock.
그러시군요. 항상 궁금했어요.
I always wonder what it feels like when there's something sitting where your head
다른
should
곳이
be.
자리를 잡았을 때 가족들은
My family said it's no different from wearing a
거치는
hat
것과
or a
다를 바
watch.
없다고 말해. 저는 아무리
I
떠올리려고
just
해도
couldn't picture it well, no matter how I
잘
approached
상상되지
it.
않. 그 덕에
And now I'm the only
저만
survivor
유일하게
thanks to that.
살아남았지만요.
Sure, the procedure seemed terrifying at such a young age. You don't have to feel guilty about that.
아니에요.
That's not it.
그런 게 아니에요.
It's nothing like that.
전 단테 씨
I'm afraid
생각처럼
I'm not as innocent as you might think,
그렇게
Dante.
무고한
Sinclair quietly hung his head. Racked my brains for an appropriate reply, but no suitable words of comfort came up. Only the unpleasant sounds of sparks and flames filled the street.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
Holy night.
시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하겠군요.
I'm gonna take a sip, hydrate.
입회한다.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최상분. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지. 잘했다. 마무리까지 끝나면 너희 양가품 장군 특별히 한정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주지. 좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가. 그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버렸군. 13조 이항에 맞추려면
Whoa, five?
결승은 끝났다.
죄인인가?
글쎄가 전봇대 뚫렸네.
승부처다. 좋은 결정. 압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 시청자의 수가 대폭 증가.
Purification. Enter. To battle.
끝을 바라본다.
Prosthetic bodies pile up like a landfill in the corner of a town. I could see them. Some of them were still conscious, letting out pain moans. Where is the rest of... It's K Corporation is the nest that we're in? Where's the rest of their security for this? Inquisitors pay no heed. They strenuously jam nails through each of their victims' chests over and over, executing their pure intent. I've surely pierced their heart, yet a pulse still remains in their body. Must be past the steel. Even the core of their humanity has been tainted by heresy. No filthy, but disgrace to flesh and bone. The Inquisitor began carefully pouring a bottle of liquid over the prosthetic person in what looked like a solemn ritual. Judging from the pungent smell, it was most certainly oil. Imbibe the oil of humanity, ye heretical soma. Those who cannot return to the earth find solace in scattering to smoke. A lit match was thrown on the pile, letting rise a huge flame. The sounds of sparks flying about, the air soon filled with an acrid smell. Not quite like the smell of burning flesh. The spreading fire finally brings the crackling glimmer in those prosthetic bodies to permanent darkness.
입으로는 정화를 말하면서
This hellscape is their idea of purification. I'd rather stay unclean.
목과 망치는
Nengalun
언제나
Hammer has always
인간성을
been devoted to
해석하는데
scrutinizing the
몰두하고
idea
있었다.
of humanity.
고통도 응당 겪어야 하는
Some criticize
경험이라며
prosthetic use, as
의지를
they
달고
believe
있는
that pain
인간을
is a
비난하던
necessary
자들도
component of
있었지.
the human experience.
이렇게
However, it never
행동으로
escalated to the
드러냈던
extent
적은
of direct
없었지만
action that we are witnessing now.
아까부터 들었던 생각인데.
We need to ask, how do you know
왜
so much
그렇게
about
엔사에 대해
Encore?
빠삭한 거야, 당신?
내가 엔사
I was
직원이었으니까.
once employed by Encore.
어?
What?
아니, 저것들하고
You used to
같이
work with
일했다고?
those people?
저들과 같이 일한
I
적은
never
없지만
worked with those specific
소속의
individuals,
관점에서
but in
본다면
terms of affiliation, you can say that I did. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've heard Mersault actively talk about himself. He would rarely recount anything related to him. Perhaps he felt it wasn't necessary to speak at all.
왜 진작 말하지 않은 거야?
Why didn't you tell us that earlier? You carry one of those freaky weapons then?
무기를 지니고 다녔어?
굳이 이야기할 필요가 있나?
Am I obligated to elaborate?
뭐?
Hell, why don't you explain
Yeah.
what makes you different from those nutters
내가
then?
너랑 난 말이야. 관리자 저놈의 시계 대가리.
Listen, mate, as much as I like to call our daft manager Clockface, I don't think they deserve by any means to be on the steak or chopping block.
말만 번지르르하게
Those buggers talk
조용히
big about
논의하고
purifying and
있어도
all that, but all I see are a bunch of
그냥
loonies who
사람
just
죽일
need an
명분이
excuse to
필요했던
kill, eh?
미친놈들이. 말해봐.
Speak up then,
너도
are you
저
like those
새끼들이랑
screwloose
그런
bucketheads?
것에 대해
There's a time when I thought
생각하던
about
시기도
such things,
있었지. 같은지 다른지
though I did not
답을
come to a
내놓지는
conclusion.
않았지만
그럼 지금이라도 답을 내놔
I
보란
want that damn
말이야.
conclusion now. Are you gonna up and butcher all the townsfolk if your manager just says so?
꼭 답을 내놓아야만 하나.
Must I give an answer? That
그
does not
일이
aid us in
업무를
handling our
처리함에
work.
있어서 사원은 명령에 따라
The employee
움직이는
must
것이
follow their
규칙이다.
employer's orders. The term Virgilus presented state as much.
그자가 내놓은 취업 규칙에도
Bew,
적혀있을 텐데
bew, 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 bew.
관리자가
How's it going,
행동하면 행할
bew?
뿐이다.
The manager orders me to do
내
such a
생각이
thing, I will do it.
필요하다고 말하면
I may provide my
제공하겠지만
input if I am told that it
그럴
is
필요도 없는
necessary,
상황에서
but I do not have a
마음을
habit
내면
of
그럴 수는
rambling my
없다.
thoughts unprompted.
뭐?
Pardon?
너
Are you
돌았냐?
round of twist? Do you get a chunk of metal for your brains like all the folks here?
단백질이 16%,
I am 16%
수분이
protein,
60%,
60% water,
무기질
7%
7%로
minerals, and so
구성되어
forth.
있다는
I am
점에서
clearly different in
명확한
terms of
차이를 띠지.
composition.
또한 불필요한
Moreover,
중금속은
unnecessary
나의
heavy
구성
metals
요소에
do not
해당하지
compromise
않는다.
any portion of my body.
그 또한 차이다.
That is another difference. Heathcliff's face contorted with frustration. Mersault was already an enigma, and he only felt ever more distant after this conversation.
하지만 전
Now that you
예전부터 좀
mention it,
궁금하긴
there's
했어요.
something I've been wondering.
단테님을
정말
I've been thinking
인간으로
on whether
봐야지
Manager
말이야.
Dante should be seen as human.
그게 무슨 소리지?
What do you mean?
그러니까
What if,
단테 씨가
when dear
말하는
Dante
건
is speaking,
단테
it's
씨가
actually the
아니라
clock and
저
not the
시계일
person
수도
we know as
있다는
Dante
거
behind those
아닌가요?
words?
우리가
You trying to
진짜
tell me
시계
we were
따위한테
being led by an
명령받고
actual
있었다고?
clock? Good grief. You're reaching
정말
uncharted
멍청한
depths of
발언들이네요.
idiocy with your theories.
반박할 의욕도
I
안
can't even be
생겨요.
bothered to refute them.
그래도 전
Don't
지금 시계
misunderstand.
머리를
I do
한
like our
단테
Dante
씨가
with their
좋아요.
clock headedness.
나도 그래.
Honestly,
그냥
same.
머리를
Why don't you just give up finding your own
평생 이
head and
머리대로
stick with
있으면
that
안
one?
돼? 그럴 리는
I know
없겠지만
it's probably not going to be
진짜
the
머리를
case,
되찾은
but what if
단테가
Dante's real head
갑자기
turned out to be
엄청
super
못된
evil or
놈이었다거나
something?
하면 어떡해?
뭐 우리 중에 관리자
Well, there's only
양반의
one of us who
과거에
know
대할
about our manager
걱정자는
Bud's past. Gregor's eyes naturally fell on Faust.
그 부분에 관해선 비밀
That's
사항이에요.
confidential information.
심지어
Its access is
보안
restricted to the
등급
highest
최상이죠.
security level. And I get the feeling I won't be able to read it for myself. It's only natural. I have no idea who or what I originally was, so I had nothing at my disposal to refute Honglu's light-hearted accusation. Maybe he's right, and I really am just a clock. Even if I ask Faust, there's no telling if she'll give me an answer, and I wouldn't be able to discern the truth in such a thing either. There's even a slim chance that the real Dante is hidden away somewhere, and that I'm some advanced imitation trained to believe that I have free will. In any case, sitting here and ruminating won't get me anywhere. Who knows? Maybe I'll mount this thing on the wall when I find my real head. Ishmael sent me a chastising glare for even suggesting something like that, but she had no choice other than to shrug. Well, it is true.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 죄인감! 이런 푹신한 날에 단풍이는 일이야.
Mule, 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 mule. Skidly-bot-dee-bee-da-bow. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-boop. Ba-doo-boo-beep-boop-ba-da-ba-doo-bow. Ba-diddly-bally-widdly-bally-widdly-bally-widdly-boop. Ba-dee-boop-ba-doo-bow. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-boop. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
결투는 끝나지 않아.
영원히 잠들어.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하겠군요.
곧 라만처랜드의 개장.
안녕하세요. 제 흥을 돋구게 될 곳이 여기라고
Los Mariachis Jefe.
들었어요.
Jefe. Let me check something here. Okay, not there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. do we got here?
파우스트예요. 잘 부탁드려요.
Lobotomy Corp. Remnant. Deca extraction ticket. What is a Deca extraction ticket? A 10? Wait, hold up. Deca means 10, right? We got something.
역시 세상에서 제일 즐거운 건 쇼핑할 때라니까. 자, 또 뭐 먹으러 갈래?
Liu Association South Section 4 Director. Wait, I thought that said it was a...
점수는 F. 발로는 듣지
The
않겠다.
ring pointless student read us.
출근 중에는 되도록 건드리지 않았으면 하오만 무엇이오?
What? You sang. Huh. So, you got Lobotomy Core Remnant. So we are missing 5 characters with the 3-star. Fortitude.
검 끝에 바라본다.
이제 어떡할까요?
Okay, what should we do
지금
now?
저희가 조용히
If we move
이동하기만
quietly, we
하면
might be able
다른
to pass by the other
신문관들에게 들키지 않고
inquisitors
지나가
unnoticed. Dante, I'd like to apologize in advance.
아시다시피
As you know, I'm not as experienced with fighting like the others.
그래서 저놈들에게
My foes might jab me in the heart over and over
계속해서
for that.
심장이 뚫리게 될 그래도
Will you bear that for me? Sinclair was trembling so badly that it'd be pitiful for anyone to witness. I could tell he was desperately trying to suppress his fear. Wouldn't it be the first time Sinclair has died? Whenever he bit the dust, I made sure to bring him back. But today, he's newly asking for my understanding. He looked determined to confront them directly, even if it means he'll die again and again. Feeling quite unlike the fright a usual battle invokes. Maybe he's holding the kind of fear that comes with a certain courage. In that case, are you scared, Sinclair? Sinclair suddenly turned around and gave me a startled look. Did I say something weird?
아니요.
No, it's just I was reminded of a friend who asked me the same question. Sinclair opened his mouth after a brief pause, his voice cracked.
전 히스클리프 씨 말에 동의해요.
I agree with what Heathcliff said.
의체 머리를 가지고 있어도
Aesthetic head or not,
반드시라는
you would
사람이
have been the
달라지는
same
건
person
없었을 거예요.
regardless, Dante.
그리고
I guess the same could be said for
우리
my family.
가족들도 마찬가지.
Thanks, Sinclair.
아니에요.
It's nothing.
이제부터
Can't have
즐기도록
you
죽을
be
테니
too thankful when I'm about to make you
고마워하시면
suffer by
제가
throwing my life
그렇게
away. Just then I realized that I forgot to ask what he said in response to the same question to his friend had. Sinclair had already charged into the fray.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최상이군. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
이미
그래, 딱 반쯤 뛰어보자. 쌍조 이항에 맞추는 그게 체격이지.
조심하랬지?
방해꾼 한번 사라졌죠. 아직 격수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
승부처다. 좋은 결정.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
여러 정신다.
Pew, 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 pew.
조심하랬지?
Oh, what's that big boy?
벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 쳐야 한다.
모자라. 격수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
승부처다. 결투는 끝나지 않아.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기.
Hey, Broken Brick! Welcome!
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는
Got some
나머지
great
녀석들도
IDs over
쳐야
here?
한다.
Thanks. I just started about 4 days ago. I'm on Kanto 3. I have pulled 12 3-stars
여러 정신다.
total. 1 dupe, 3 echoes, 1 announcer, and the rest are characters, identities.
여러분들, 왜 그렇게 뒷걸음질?
This is what I've got so far for these. Three triple zeros. Only one was actually good. How are these? I just pulled this W Core L3 cleanup agent and this Ryochu. His name is Yi. Yi Sang. good character. And then Rodion. Rodion, not Ryosho. Or Ryoshu. Okay, awesome.
검 끝에 바라본다.
Sinclair's home was the largest mansion in the neighborhood, standing at the innermost part of town. One could see from a distance that a huge flame was engulfing the estate. I took a moment to try and imagine what this town could have looked like during its peaceful times. To bring to mind the times when the trees we saw near the town still had lush verdant leaves. How Sinclair would have been during those times. Or when everyone around him had died. I couldn't paint a clear picture of either happiness or despair. Nonetheless, I only hope that Sinclair can brace himself for the misfortune he'll soon have to face. This is awful, to say the least. The courtyard that could have once been a vast flourishing garden was now full of nails erected tall. A variety of prosthetic bodies were pierced by those towering nails. And the house was enveloped in ferocious flame, ready to consume everything around it. While everyone's attention was drawn to the prosthesis, Sinclair's eyes drifted to a corner of the yard. The graves? They're dug up. Following his gaze, I could see that 3 graves that were violated. Sinclair's expression alone was enough for me and all the other sinners to guess who they were for. To execute the dead. This is nothing short of a devil's work. Previous games? Huh? There's other Limbus Company games? Father, mother, and sister. The family he mentioned. That's where they should be resting. I was unaware, Broken. Brick. One uniform straight ahead. Whistling. I mean, it's just too funny when you think about it. Someone walked out of the burning household. Her laugh was simply sinister in every way imaginable. Sequel to Library of Ruina, and Library of Ruina is a sequel to Lobotomy Corporation. Oh, okay. Are they gacha games or normal games? Are the mechanics similar? So many questions. Don't need to complete them to understand Limbus. Okay. Why put so much effort into burying bodies that can't even rot? Am I right? Chroma. I'm sure you'll find them around somewhere if you look hard enough. I do remember nailing those 3. Be a good boy and I might just tell you where they are. Manager sim? I don't even know what that means. Never been a big fan of deck building games though. Well, Sinclair, you've grown a spine coming all the way here. Enough of one to look at a few dead bodies too, right? Why? Just why all this? Sinclair couldn't even speak properly. Where did our before team get off to? They've got to turn up at this point. Ah, Sinclair's got some buddies. At least check story. Okay. Looking for the other filthy ratlets that snuck in here. Okay, okay, watch closely. I'll turn on the lights, so open your eyes wide. Ta-da! Effie! Effie was barely breathing. His limbs had been cut away and deformed prosthetics were crudely lodged in their place. Wait, he wasn't prosthetic before, was he? I don't... Maybe. He too was mutilated to even speak He was too mutilated to even speak a single word.
저대로라면
In his current state, it will take around 2 days for him to completely die,
평균적으로 이틀이에요. 장대에 서서히
and the
꽂히면서
pole piercing through him will only amplify his suffering. Then,
관리자님, 저는 사람을 최대한 고통 없이 보낼 방법을 알고 있습니다.
Manager, I happen to know of a method to end a life with as little pain as possible.
쓰였던 적이 많은
One
기술이라
that saw
말이죠.
many uses, in fact.
명령을 요청해도
May I ask you to give me the order? I looked to both Gregor and Ishmael. They gazed back and, as if in acknowledgement, dropped their heads low and bit their lips. I understood what that meant.
편해지도록.
Rest in peace. The collar of Wheatus's clothes brushed against the wind. Then silence. Where's Soma? And it's then broken by Cromer's roaring laughter. Rip Effie. We hardly knew ye. At the same time, I could hear something else break.
어차피
Really, it's hilarious to watch you all care for each other when you'll all meet the same fate anyway.
싱클레어.
Brings you back, doesn't it,
그러니까 옛날
Sinclair?
생각나지 않아? 그때 네
Your
표정도
face back then was real
진짜
priceless.
볼만해.
크로마, 너는 죽어야만
You
해.
have to die.
그게 맞는
Yeah, I
것
think
같아.
that's the right way.
너는 내 손에.
You'll die by my... He was interrupted by the sound of a nail dragging across the floor.
귀도라는 작작.
Guido. We thought we had felled him with our best, but not a scratch was on his body now. It was as if all his injuries healed in that short time. Seeing him walk towards us in perfect condition fatigued the sinners. Rendered speechless, all they can muster from their hearts is a deep groan of contempt. New ones feel so much more grand, really? I mean, there's only 6 cantos out, right? So this is halfway through, right?
기도.
Guido, why couldn't you take out the others? Oh, there's 7, okay. Give my ineptitude, O one who grips. My incompetence allowed them to escape.
항상 경계해야 해.
You have to stay alert. You never know what's hidden under those cursed steel craniums.
뭐가 숨겨?
She'll keep your word at heart, O one who grips.
재회는 끝났으니까.
Since the reunion is over, I'll be
나는
headed
다시
back.
돌아간다.
8th one this spring? Okay. Cromer turns around to walk into the burning mansion.
크로마! 돌아와! 내가 널 잊어도.
아니지 싱클레어.
No, Sinclair.
항상 그랬지만.
It's always been the other way around. A long smirk dances across Cromer's entire face. It's hard to tell if it's the violent blaze or Cromer's vice that is consuming the other. And then,
쥐는 건 나야.
I am the one who grips. I really like the story. I'm still getting to know all the systems. I understand at later cantos I'll probably have to understand more about the actual strategy, but for right now, just going win rate and auto battling is the way to go.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로.
How long have you been playing for, Brick? Learned how to play only at Canto 5? Okay.
혹시 말했지?
Maybe a year? Okay. I've had a lot of people pop in that play Limbus Company, but they all seem to be have been playing for like the last year or so, except for maybe one person.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추면 그게 세격이지.
여러 적신다.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝냈다. 죄가 너무 크. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
좋은 결정.
Most of the player base is OGs right now? Okay. It's been out for about 2 years, right? I have a feeling it'll become more popular. I also started, so I mainly stream gacha games. I dropped Zenless Zone Zero for this one. And I've also picked up Wizardry Variants Daphne, which I'm really enjoying as well, but I've been playing it on my phone, not on stream. Yeah, Eskimo. Eskimo is here. Eskimo is my mascot and IRL cat. Yeah, I kind of got pigeonholed into playing gacha games. It was not intentional at all when I started streaming. I've been streaming for almost 2 years. Priest Gregor is doing so much work here.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하고
Scheiderhofen? Because Eskimo's here, it's gonna be hard for me to read. Rarg! Hey, wait! Sinclair leapt forth to chase Cromer before anyone could stop him. Sinkmersault doing more. However, he's blocked by the remaining Encore Inquisitors. In response, he swings his weapon with a tremendous force I never thought he could exert, crushing the head of the one who grabbed him. The Inquisitor collapses to the ground before even a gasp could escape their mouth. Sinclair would normally keep to the back of our group. This was the first time I saw him charge in unprompted like that. What the hell have you been dawdling in the back for if you could do that? I remember with clarity that I had ended your lives. I undoubtedly witnessed torn brain tissue spill through the cracks in your skulls. And yet here you heretics are before me on your feet. You're not the one to complain about miraculous recoveries. Guido examines me closely with his piercing glare. He then slowly nods as if his observation gave him the knowledge he needed. You there, the one possessing the head of a heretic. You must be the false shepherd enticing this herd into blasphemy. He proceeds to nudge his chin at the nailed corpses in the courtyard. They committed the grave sin of entering the site of hallowed rites with their unclean bodies. Thus, they have been punished with the same penalty as heretics receive. They have also been subjected to the humiliation of bodily mechanical intrusions being installed against their will. Eskimo. But you are different. The sin of worshipping a heretic is less severe than indulging in heresy oneself. Okay, Brick, thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you sometime in the future. I could use tips. Therefore, as long as you are willing to repent and cleanse your minds of sin, we, the Hammer, are willing to demonstrate forgiveness. So I implore you, you pitiable, foolish sinners, led astray by temptation. Shake off the allure of that false miracle and kneel before me. Confrontation came to a standstill. No one seemed willing to speak first. So you've all been under my spell or something all along? Who'd have thought that? I tried cracking a joke to lighten the mood. A little, but no one laughed.
단테 씨, 저자의 말은
Dante,
당신을
that man.
모욕한 거잖아요.
He
인간
just
취급도 안
insulted
하는
you.
거라고요.
He doesn't even see you as a human being. I mean, you guys call me Clockface all the time too.
그거랑 다르잖아요.
It's not the same at all. Besides, I've never used that nickname. Ishmael grunted.
그럴듯한 말만 대충
I think
질러버리면
throwing some fancy words around will be enough to persuade us, huh? So you think...
빠져나와야 할 놈은 너야 가면지.
Listen up, faceplate. You're the one who needs a little shaking off. Seems to me your human brain's just as defective.
기회는 충분하게
You were given ample opportunity.
그대들 또한
You are no different from those we hung and nailed after all.
나는 멍치.
I am a hammer.
지는 자께
I am a
충성하여
tool for the one who
이단의
grips,
몸을
tasked with the great mission of
배합을
piercing the
만든
false
도.
flesh of heretics.
내 너희를
I shall
모색해
bind thee to a nail and
흙에서
lay thee down
가장 먼
for this
곳에
from soil.
위치하게 죄를
For he
참여하지
who
않는
shan't repent. Oh, yeah, when are you gonna
야,
finish your stupidly
그
long
개같이 긴 시비는 언제
taunt?
끝나냐? 흙으로도
Is
돌아가지
not
못하리라.
guaranteed rest beneath the earth.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추게. 그게 체격이지.
죄인가?
영원히 잠들어.
승부처다. 결투는 끝나지 않았다.
이게 다친 지성을. 죄인인가?
방의 꼴 하나가 사라졌군.
또한 용서할 테니.
Joyous. Obsessive. Interrogative inquisitor. Scourging. Interrogative.
거기구나.
승부처다.
그가 전부 꿰뚫려.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
방의 꼴 하나가 사라졌군. 방의 꼴 하나가 사라졌군.
72조 사망 디행 사형.
Oh, the whistle. I just noticed that.
경지를 위협했으니
Oh, wow.
이때까지 참아줘야 해.
Oh my god, he's almost dead. He killed one.
한방 제대로 먹었고. 너희 꽤 재밌는 상대를 만났어.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen him put on his mask.
감히 중지를 건드려? 전부 새기고 기억한 뒤 척결한다.
새로운 세상으로 넘어가려면 자, 여기구나.
이 안에 담아주지.
Stagger. Jeez, that was actually close. Who died? The ground shook as Guido finally fell. Couldn't help but wonder if we really did him in, yet we were too exhausted to bother and take his helmet off to check his breathing. Sinclair was repeatedly jabbing a spear into a dead Inquisitor. The corpse was mangled beyond recognition, its blood and organs spilling all over the floor.
Sinclair,
calm down. He didn't seem to care about anything other than the body he was set out to destroy. Occasional pants of rage and tearful gasps were all that came out of his mouth. I'll kill them all. I knew stopping him was the right thing to do, but no one dared to step in. It was evident that he was too blinded by ire to listen to us. I know a way most simple to bring him back to senses. At that, Don Quixote suddenly jumped Sinclair and pinned him to the ground. And then, she started laying into his face. Whoa! One fist thrown after the other. Shouldn't we do something? Maybe. Couple calves tussling isn't worth intervening. A cloud of dust rose from her ruthless beating. After a while, Don Quixote cut her onslaught. Pray tell, how dost thou feel now? Pardon my rash action. Oft I would find myself overcome by fervor, rampaging much the same as a riderless horse. At such moments, mine old friends helped me come to myself, by beating me senseless. 'Twas at times the only remedy to the fever that had overtaken me. So in that sense, Virgilius must be a good friend of yours too, right? Well, Tears plinked down from Sinclair's bruised eyes. I'll get her for this. I'll go to my home and skewer that bitch. I'll skewer her with a stake, and then... The rest of his sentence was overrun with pain sobbing. After a while of sniffling, Sinclair finally seemed to calm down as he put a hand to his face and started muttering. I lost everything overnight. Back then, they didn't parade their naggle and hammer name around. You didn't see large groups like that in the open. But at some point, people calling themselves hammers started showing up in town, one by one, and... It's okay, kiddo. No need to push yourself. Oya gently panted him on the back. I still think that sometimes this is all just a bad dream. I'm having trouble waking up. It always comes, every morning before I open my eyes. Maybe this time I'll wake up and see my familiar ceiling. Just maybe. After he said that, he broke into tears. It only made sense to wait for him to settle down.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하겠군요.
Bad dream.
입회한다.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는
So what should I be farming to get more XP material?
혹시라는 날에 안 풀리는 일이야.
승부처다.
그래, 딱 반쯤 숙여보자. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
Alright, I gotta take a break. Just really quick, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. We'll probably play this until we get to the dungeon, maybe?
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
용서할 테니. 열어젖힌다.
말했지?
글쎄가 전부 꿰뚫렸네. 방해꾼 하나가 사라졌군.
Speed is randomly determined within a good range each turn.
여러분들.
Underpass.
왜 그렇게 뒷걸음질을 하시는?
곧 라만처랜드 개장 시간이고 오늘은
I don't have a single ticket? How do you... I forgot...
곧 라만
아무래도 다
나중에
I
집에
see.
돌아가게 된
자꾸만 말.
나랑 어울.
관리자다리.
일단 불러.
그대의 시기는 멈.
관리자라고.
전
내가 제일
모든 전투의 움직임이 중요하겠지만 저는 그 중에서도 딱 한 합이 중요하다고.
내가 제일 좋아하는 건 군침도는 고급스러운 부장이라고 뭐 다를 게 있겠어.
How did I get to that? I can't tell whose symbol is what. Why do I have so many for Don Quixote? Cutie? Quixote. Cutie, I guess. That's my baby. Oh, that's not what I wanted.
놀러 나갈 때는 아침 일찍 나가야. 놀러 나갈 때는 아침 일찍 나가야 한다니까. 자는 시간은 매일 같은데 조금이라도 놀러 나갈 때는 아침 일찍 나가야 한다니까. 자는 시간은 매일 같은데 조금이라도 늦게 나가면 손해 보는 기분이. 놀러 나갈 때는 아침 일찍 나가야 한다니까. 자는 시간은 매일 같은데 조금이라도 늦게 나가면 손해 보는 기분이잖아.
There it is. Oh, and it's gone. What is this? Oh, okay.
입회한다.
We entered the charred mansion, and Sinclair led us to the basement. When he opened the door, the long underpass leading to an unknown destination was revealed to us. I think there'd be a tunnel down here. So I guess it's right. This passage should lead to the branch facility.
로보토미 집으로 이어지는 통로일 거예요.
My glasses. My glasses.
지하실에 대체 왜 이런
Why are you
수상한
keeping the
통로가
shitty
있는
shaft
거야?
in your basement?
원래는 없었어요.
Wasn't here before.
뭐?
What?
그럼 우리를
How'd
어떻게
you know
알고
we ought to go to
지하실로
the
안내한
basement?
나침반이 북쪽
Like
방향에
how magnetic
이끌리듯이
fields draw a compass needle forward
그냥
northward.
느낌으로 알 수
It
있었던
was brought here
것뿐이에요.
by intuition. Isn't that what it
그가
is?
저희를 가지를
You're
향한
bringing us
나침반으로
along to
쓰려고
use the
데리고
sensors for
다니니까.
the bows. Sinclair quietly looked at Faust. Instead of answering him, she strode past him and stood before the door.
재질을 보아하니
Judging from the
비교적
material,
최근에
this
만들어진
tunnel
것
seems to have been made relatively recently.
아마 엔사의
It was likely
파견원들이
dug by Encore's
이곳을 점령하느라
expeditionary
만들어놨겠죠.
forces when they had occupied the town.
짧은 길은 아닐 거예요.
It won't be a short trip. Given that
그들만을
this
위한
passage was
통로인 만큼
excavated for their use, we
적들을
will assuredly
마주칠
run into
가능성도
foes on the way.
다분한.
We should move once we are ready.
준비되었으면 그렇게 쳐다보지 마세요,
Don't give me that
단테.
look, Dante.
저는
I am simply not in a
아무 말도 할 수
position to
없을
comment on
뿐이에요.
it. Scourging.
어두운 무지를 열어줬다.
승부처다. 결투는
그래,
끝나자.
딱 반쯤 죽여버렸군. 13도 이항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
이미 도달했다.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각해. 오산이라 말해. 하품이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어. 한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
모든 녀석들도 처형한다. 쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했다. 오산이라 말했지.
지금이라도 잘 들어. 지금이라도 방해꾼 하나가 사라졌군. 복수가 전복됐다. 좋은 결투였다.
Library of Ruina. Hype, what are you playing?
압도했습니다. 제 기존 범술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하기.
We're not even to the dungeon yet?
입회한다.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 죄인인가? 죄습니다. 이런 혹시나 안 풀리는 일이야.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
승부처다.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 이항에 맞추려.
지금이라도
그게
말
체격이지.
들어.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라. 열어줬습니다.
이미 도달했다.
좋은 결투.
좋아. 이번엔
What's
제대로
up,
들어가.
Eskimo?
지금이라도 말 들어.
복수가 전복돼 뚫렸네.
Won't be too much longer, baby.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
무지를 열어줬지. 어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
전부 꿰뚫렸네.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않아.
이게 무슨 지성을.
망의 건 하나가 사라졌군. 망의 건 하나가 사라졌군.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하겠군요.
Level 10. Branch K02. Current average level 19. Oh, this is the dungeon. Aw, crap, and I wasted that. Damn. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here. I'm zoning out. That was a pretty intense zone out. All right. Well, thank you everyone who stopped by over the course of the stream. Let's unless I was gonna try something, wasn't I? What was I gonna try? I know what I was gonna try. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Wait. Whoa, wait, what? So it kind of works. My phone is connected, but it's not playing the game. Okay. Well, don't have enough people to raid with, so we're just gonna sign off. Don't even know who's here at the moment. Haven't heard anyone in a while. So I'll just say bye, 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 bye. See you next time, next time.